Hello! Got ourselves set up, and let's just check what sound do I have over here. Yes. So what was the last thing I was doing? Gotta do space stuff, gotta do Kiva Gamma, go back to Dargonis, gotta go to the Forgotten Twins, gotta speak to Cabela. Good morning, I'm doing quite well. How are you today? Yeah, just got back from Norway on Sunday night. And need to catch up some stuff. Got the Astra Militarum Commander video to work on, the Weapon Tier List video to work on, and the Companion Tier List video. So yes, yeah, some stuff to come. And that we're starting to get announcements for Dark Heresy as well, so that's exciting.
But in my self-pity, then I'm...
Yeah, so lots of exciting things to look forward to. And I've posted in the Discord as well, the crazy man who did the Max Sliders operative only run. So yes, there's a lot of new exploits and bugs we found out for operative. Cool. Yep, we're meant to be doing Act 2. Hello, you made me enjoy the game even more. I'm really glad to hear that. Because obviously that is the goal, is to remove the entry requirements from other people to get into the game. Because that's always the problem with CRPGs. It requires a lot of investment from you to get the most out of the game, and most people don't have time to do that. So I put in the investment so you guys don't have to, and then you can get the enjoyment without doing any of that. I do need a lot of stuff from here. Oh, and stuff from here. Cool. Oh, I've got to go to Master Git as well. Yes, we'll do that first. But yes, always glad to hear. And hopefully Dark Heresy is going to be a lot more simpler. Well, I am already at Tassara. Master Git will have to wait. Who are we bringing down? Well, we'll drop Argenta, as much as I don't like to say that. Because we do need to bring Solomon. We've got Heinrichs, who's posted up as an assassin. Yeah. Cool. That's one of my most depth skill systems I've ever seen. You really were a big help. Yeah, and to think, it's not even their most tricky system. Like, their old Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous system is much more tricky. It's like, you ever played Path of Exile? Complicated game. Very complicated. But, yeah, thanks to the people that are coming in, subscribing and stuff. It's always good to see. And this is such a cool section of the game as well. Realistically, if they ever want to complete with Baldur's Gate 3, especially for Dark Heresy, they need to do a lot more these style cutscenes and interactions for when you have dialogues. Hello, quest for you. You're leading the Slayer build. It lists Demolition as recommended skill, but I noticed you didn't take any talents in Soldier to boost AoE damage. AoE damage doesn't apply to Psyker skills, that's why we don't take it. You just need to take skills on every character, because there are 13 skill checks to cover, and yeah, so you only have 6 companions, so it's not possible to cover all 13, and if you've got one person down, then you're only going to be able to cover 10. We're not sure if it's going to be smaller, but I do hope it's going to be a much more polished game. Does the key do anything? No, it's just commercial key. Yes. Oh, yes. Love me failing a 60% check. What a great start to this section. But yes, the Space King is turning up to come to collect his taxes. What a plotline! Yeah, so some of the talents will affect everything, others won't. So area attacks are not psycho powers. Area attacks are area attacks. That's stuff like shotguns. So you'll see that some will and some won't. So stuff like Rack and Ruin, yes. Stuff like Demolition Demolition Engineer or Point Blank, no. So yeah, it's all about learning which does which. Yeah. So at the moment, my Heinrichs doesn't cover corrals, so not having A-Blood is going to hurt some of these checks. But it's not one that comes up often. Same with Commerce. Commerce and corrals very rarely come up. Let's check that the dog slurs his item. So apparently there's been a lot of bugs with space battles and abilities since the last update, because I haven't played much. Dog have item, eagle have item. Good, 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 good. Do I have any better items? Wrath of the Meek is so strong. I love how you're... Yes, we went... Because we've gone for a Commissar. Originally, he had a sword, but double guns are just better.
We are bound by the blood of masses.
Is the boom worth having such a large game? Adding new things can easily break other things. Yeah, and especially the way that they manage their updates, it often leads to many new things getting broken. It's always a one step forward, two steps back sort of thing. Because, yeah, sometimes they'll put in new updates, which then somehow remove hotfixes of things that they already fixed. We're going to have no one with strength checks. We're going to struggle with trying to open stuff like this gate. Apparently, we didn't even make the awareness check to get it. Does Solomon even have awareness? Ooh. Ooh. Alright, so I have not been leveling awareness in Solomon. Oof. That's going to be a problem. Alright, we're going to be failing awareness checks without Argenta.
Assignment completed.
I've noticed bug where you have to keep reassigning officers to space battle posts. I've not played since that update, but that is a bug they're working on, and as far as I'm aware, it is planned for the next hotfix.
Check done.
Oh, and Cormac, I just saw it was you. Yes, no, it's good to see you spawn there. I hope you'll be coming back to the community for Dark Heresy to be doing a lot of fun things. Ten perception. Yep, deals 100% 50 more damage. Yep, Cyber Eagle gains 28% dodge against obstructed enemies. That's still technically more. If the Cyber Eagle dodges an obstructed enemy melee attack, the enemy immediately hits a random adjacent ally. Cool. We'll take it. Yeah, hopefully Dark Heresy will be a lot more focused. Because they're going to be doing, hopefully, a more high-profile alpha this time around. There'll be more people keeping eyes on it. And it depends on how big the alpha is going to be. Because if it's just Act 1, okay. But if it's like Act 1, Act 2, that's going to give us a lot of content to explore. And I know beta last time went all the way up to Act 3. So when we get the beta, hopefully we'll have a good chunk of the game. Because, yeah, but after Act 3, this game pretty much ends.
The divine watches over us.
Yeah, no wonder I failed these awareness checks. Oh. I have two things to have Rogue Trade updates. An Orc Freebooter companion, and being able to pledge oneself to one of the 4 ruinous powers. Well, technically you are working for Tzeentch the whole time, even though you're Chaos Undivided. But, yeah, I would love to see Orcs in the game. That's something that would make me happy. I would also definitely like to see, obviously, more Necrons. We'll have to see what DLC 3 and 4 give us. Hope they make difficulty scale better. Yeah. Yeah, they over-course corrected way too much after Wrath. Because basically they wanted the game to be much more accessible, and they just keep nerfing the difficulty over and over again, which no one wants. So it's kind of annoying.
That was a problem for you.
Materium Shroud. Nice, 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 nice. I think what they need to do is just have a separate, like, mode for the higher difficulties so they can balance that separately from the other difficulties. Because if they're designing their game for easy mode, which is normal, because daring is normal, and normal is actually easy mode, and if they're balancing their game around daring, that's not too bad. If they're balancing around easy, that's really bad. And then that's why we get such weird, impossible to make skill checks and unfair, because they're just racking up the scaling. Like, there are some checks in the game that are impossible to make because you can't possibly have high enough stats to make them.
Knights clad in shining armor riding their fine steeds, battling enemies of humanity.
Ugh, I don't even have anyone to Lord Xenos.
But this world has only grey.
Oh, yes, Pascal. And more DLCs for... there's 2 that they've got planned, for sure. Which is Trajan's Vaults and the Processional of the Damned, which is about the Warp Graveyard. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of maybe Space Hulk style stuff coming in the second one. First one, hopefully, will be lots of Necrons content. Because, yes... recently, my lovely lady picked up this, so been going through looking at all the potential goodies, because I last properly played back in 3rd edition, so I hadn't seen like all the updates to Destroyer cults and stuff like that. So seeing all the new stuff that they could work with, yeah, that's definitely got me excited. Because funny enough, a bit of a spoiler, but everyone should recognize this from this game. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that they have to work with. But yeah, obviously we got our boy Trajan coming in. Lots of other stuff that they could really do. Like, yeah, they can bring in a lot more of the cryptics and a lot more of the Canoptech stuff, and of course a lot more of the Destroyer cult stuff. So we do take out 2. We take out a regular Destroyer, and we also take out one of the Scorpeth Destroyers. or Scorpec. But yeah, hopefully they'll be doing it. Like, I might even just sit in the partner Discord, just pinging the devs different pictures from the book and just be like, you could use this, you could use that. That'd be fun. And hey, Wiggles, how you doing over on Twitch? Yeah, Space Hulk having all sorts of stuff could be really fun. Like, it would be nice if they had orcs involved in that, because it's weird not having orcs to kill. It's like the most common enemy type.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Ah yes, Maeve the teleporter. Tide Boss got into my run, and before I knew it was 4 AM. Very nice. Understandably so.
Stay faithful, and you will be rewarded.
I say what a shame when he made the check.
Crippled in body than corrupt in
Made me
mind.
jump.
Assignment completed. The Emperor's justice guides me.
What is it, rogue trader?
Get back to fighting.
Ready to get back to duty.
Stand still.
With you at my side.
Do you have any tips for Blade Dancer in early Act 2? Yeah, rip and tear. Like, by Act 2, you should just be going. It really depends on your build, but there shouldn't be anything slowing you down. Cool armor, though it's medium and there's not very many good things to use it. Yeah, 40% armor just isn't worth the dodge reduction, especially when I
Shall
have medium
reclaim
armors.
what is rightfully ours.
Yeah, mine jump scare indeed.
Easily done.
My poor will check coming in to hurt me. Not will check, sorry. Awareness. Yeah, the Gene Stealers got taken out too easily. Even the Procession of the Damned, maybe they could sneak in some other warp horror stuff. Maybe some, obviously, Drukhari could make more of a presence being pirates themselves, but so could orcs. They might maybe slip in a few other warp entities there. Yeah. Yes, now we're going to have some really high willpowers. Nice plus 20 for this. Not willpower, fellowship. Why do I keep saying willpower today? I will struggle with AP for Blade Dance. One minute there's blood everywhere, and then I'm stuck between 5 people. Well, yeah, that's why you gotta just manage your blood rushes and stuff like that. Fun fact, quickfire and las pistol using at all costs. I hit multiple team members and buffed them all. Hilarious. But yeah, with Blade Dancer, the offhand attacks early on, you probably don't want to use, because obviously it's going to be 1 attack normal, 2 attacks, 2 AP costs for Blade Dance. If you're offhand, that's all 5, but you'll probably want to sneak in like Grand Performance or Acrobatic Artistry, so you want to kind of save that there. It's all about using your deaths from above very tactically and making sure you end up in cover at the end of your turn. So if you take like 100% dodge reduction, that you're not then just left in the open. There are all these medium armors, but the medium armor talent is limited to Soldier, and Soldier does better in light. Yeah, second skin really should just be a universal talent in my opinion. Yeah, that's not the other side. Making sure I pick up everything. Zakbar, it's not mandatory, but it's a lot easier to play if you have it. Because Blood Rush, obviously, you can generate infinite movement times number of enemies there are with 3. But Activate Artistry can double your attacks, and if you plan it right, you can clear the battlefield very easily thanks to it, as well as being safe to cover. You know, I just got to wonder, how would At All Costs interact with Called Shot? Oh, where allies dodge. Well, if it doesn't hit them, then obviously they don't get the bonuses, but you could use them to dodge it to do really high damage to other enemies, because I did that in the prologue when I went to At All Costs Kunrad. He dodged it and it hit the enemy that was next to him. Bluff. I've never liked jesters or clowns. But yeah, I imagine we'll get a few hotfixes over the next few weeks. But yeah, I think most of their focus is going to be starting development for DLC 3 and obviously Dark Heresy Alpha coming out on the 16th. I always have Solomon blast him here. Nice. As Grip Grin then scuffed, he was grounded new Destiny but chose to fight. He turned Greek. No, shoot him, Solomon. Yeah. Good times. Now this one they needed to execute because he was about to create a warp event. Oh yes, these guys explode. Oh yes, afterwards, after this battle, you get a chance to kill one of the guys. Never kill that guy, because then you lose a pretty valuable item. I guess we'll send Heinrichs this way. Capella can go this way. Let's see what they're all going to do. Normally I'd buff Heinrichs to go in, but I want to do some other stuff. But we're not really going to get our initial turn, are we? Because these fuckers are going to explode.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I'll just group them up from now. Oh, they shielded up. Oh, nice. Still exploded.
I will leave footprints of scarlet, as the tenants demand.
Eesh.
I shall not fail. As honor ordains, the other side awaits.
Ouch.
Trust me.
Oh, that wasn't the best. He parried as well.
As the tenants demand.
Back we go. Parried again. Got him that time. Well, that's what we get for not using the correct weapon skill good. Oh, dude, these guys explode and starting to annoy me. Let's throw these onto Heinrichs. Let's throw a buff onto Cabela for later.
I will not be deterred.
Alright, let's get him into the thick of things.
I need a foothold.
And so shall it be done.
Let's see to it.
Ah,
Not sanctioned to do this. More trouble.
great,
Alas,
great.
No.
Love the fact that Slash has so many issues.
Naturally. Let's see to it.
Well. Well.
I won't suffer this. Your end is nigh.
Okay, we'll try this a different way.
For the throne's glory.
Ah, so we still got uses of Slash. We just need to move into the correct place. And then somehow we've lost access to breakthrough, even though we didn't use it. Groovy. Do we have Scorcher? No, we don't have Scorcher. Annoying. Okay. Then we create an opening. Move to actually be able to hit it.
Let's see to it.
I would have thought he would have died.
Naturally. But of course, Lord Captain. For the throne. I'll see our foes obliterated. Let's see. Be gone. I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
The little explosions are actually helping.
Naturally, your reckoning is due.
These guys are both pretty much full health.
Let's see to it.
I need a foothold.
Oh, thank you for adding the
But of
subscription.
course, Lord Captain.
Always nice to see. Oh, we could Sword of Faith.
Naturally.
Oh, there it is. First use of Sword of Faith. We actually have it on for a change.
The Emperor
so-
is on our side.
All of the abilities cost pretty much 2 AP. So let's see what we can do with Killing Edge. Okay, coming in 130. Yeah, the damage on Sword of Faith is actually not all that high if we look compared to all of our other stuff. Right, who's still alive? Mutant there. These two here. Wow, apparently Cone of Flame is 3 AP. Oh yes, we can't even... Are you off? Alright, my beloved. Well, we should be able to hit both of them, but I don't think it will kill either of them.
Get me a target.
Groovy. Yeah, Sword of Faith kind of sucks. it's not much ways to say that.
But of course,
Well, we can get ourselves access to Slash.
your reckoning is due. I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
Oh, actually, we still got one more Slash.
Everyone, step aside.
Ah, but we already slashed that guy. That's why. Oh, we could have come back for this one. Ah, it doesn't matter.
My enemies shall be crushed.
I like Sword of
like
Flame.
dust
AP
beneath
cost is
my
really
feet.
high. Yeah, Sword of Faith just kind of sucks. There's no two ways about that. Gleito. Well, set him up for advanced tracking.
Task.
Move him up with us. Then, well, you might as well
Let's
attack
test
this
our
chap.
skills, Cleito.
then I can get into position.
I'll take it as priority.
And
Understood.
nicely, nicely. Yeah, there's not going to be much point to really use too much there. Even if we use this, it won't be enough to be able to get Glacier anywhere. Ah, Pascal.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Tech familiar, activate.
Better not be intentional.
Might be bad to send the burb down, actually. Yeah. Oh, there's still a guy there.
What is done cannot be undone.
Cool. Do you think Cloudfire got DDoS or just doing maintenance? Not sure. I was trying to get on that earlier. But yeah, everything that they're on wasn't working, so I was going to be doing a tier list video earlier, but I couldn't get to tier list maker. What's that? The heck the corpses are blocking it. Yeah, I guess the corpses are blocking it. It doesn't normally stop you. But, we smacked the governor because we need to not kill the people. Yeah, so we don't execute the commander because we want to get his heavy maul. I don't know if the execution actually gives us any items, so I'm not going to do it then. Yeah, so no executions for now. Except the gift. Oh, one of the Cloudfire pages is back. Nice. Looks like they might be actually slowly fixing it.
Do you think my body was suffering?
Because if they do fix that, it means I can actually do the tier list
I will
later.
mend the thread between
And
body and soul.
House Orcelio thanks you.
it was Scorcher that I wanted them to have, not Onslaught. Yeah. Yep. There we go. Had I given a bunch of them the wrong item?
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Their alt site's still saying no servers on main, by the way. We can't see your links. Oh, no. I think for my next playthrough, I'm going to try Optive and Execution. I know it won't be great, but curiosity needs to be stated. It's not enjoyable at all. It's just low attack economy, so it's very hard to even get the attacks up to apply dots. Oh, Radiant Shield. No? Oh, we did the carouse. Damn, you need a really high persuasion to get him to try anything, don't you?
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Ah, it seems to a few bits coming up. That's good. I'll take one just because I like to have them. Saying something there. These guys are kind of cool. Oh, lift. Actually, I should probably check here. Nope, nothing. Cool.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
So find how hilarious how Abelard reacts if you demand him to introduce you whilst body swapped, like he's having a heart attack. Yeah.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Great. We failed. Ugh. My current playthrough is a Commissar Warrior. I may or may not have accidentally killed my teammates for the better of the Imperium. Yes, good, good, good. Yep, it's definitely a corrupt. And we sapped him. Hey Ram, just mind know, it was not the bolter him of vengeance for Double War him, but the armor for Fire Agentic. Yeah. The bolter's actually not working at the moment. I've mentioned to the devs they need to fix it. There's also the knife. But the armor you can only get if you go the fire path. If you go the fury path, you get the crit damage one of the 1 star. Yeah, the actual bolter, it doesn't work at the moment because it uses the old war hymn, so it does nothing. Howdy, how did you enjoy the trip? It was good. It was fun. Yeah, it was a very interesting culture shock. I had a bunch of Norwegian metalheads explain to me about the elitism in the Norwegian metal scene and why they need to keep people out. And then I explained to them that why gatekeeping your music is only keeping women out of your scene, which is why it's all a bunch of large men in here. And I got blankly looked at. And I was like, hey, like, say what you will, but pop punk and a few little emo bands, they get the bouncy girls and get corsets to the music festival, and that makes for a better bar as well. uh,
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
the truth is sometimes scary, yes. There are some metal women singers. Yeah, no, they're really good ones as well. But it was more about like, because you were only allowed to like very niche certain bands, and I was like, yeah, it's cool that you might know a guy who burned a church down who has 4 Spotify followers, and that's all you listen to, and you judge people who don't. But at the end of the day, like, metal's metal. Like, they're all metalheads are my brothers and sisters, even if they listen to slightly different music. Like, I don't care. Like, I listen to what I listen to, and we can all go to like concerts and have a great time. But yeah, because they had some like very like, oh yeah, if you don't listen to this, you're not really a metalhead. And I'm like, bro, I've gotten high with the singer of that band, and I don't care if people listen to them. Like, it was so silly. Hell, I was like, one of my favorite bands is Combi Christ, and that's like redneck metal compared to most Americans, whereas we consider it like industrial goth. Yeah, no, it was very odd. It was very odd. I had to explain to them, I come from a country that the dominant culture is just chavs and roadmen, and they just view it all as emo. It's like, yeah, there's, to them, the rest of my country, there is no subgenre. Baby Metal. Oh, dude, Baby Metal is so cool. Like, even Rob Halford came out and spoke for Baby Metal, but people are like, they're not real metal. And, like, when Rob Halford is like, actually, they are. Shut up, you shut up. Like, it's Rob fucking Halford.
Over us.
Yeah, I don't get the whole mentality. Like, I can understand gatekeeping hobbies from people who want to change the hobby, but at the end of the day, why would you try to gatekeep the metal scene when they're not trying to change the metal scene? They're just listening to their own brand of metal, and those bands can collab. Like, I don't like Bring Me the Horizon, but like the Bring Me Horizon crossover with Babe Metal is probably one of the most hyped songs that I've heard in like the last 10 years. Like, it's crazy. That's funny because I was in an Iron Maiden jacket, and I had a Sex Pistols shirt on, and it's like, dude, like, I like punk, I like metal, I like drum and bass, I like sound system stuff, like, I like goth. I was like, he was like, you can listen to Nickelback, I don't care. I was like, it's like, there's a karaoke bar. I was like, I said I can go there. I can sing Motorhead, I can sing Slipknot, I could sing ABBA. Like, it doesn't matter. I could do Barbie Girl and a metal baritone if they really wanted me to. Yeah, most metal scene in the States seems very accepting. Yeah, no, I really like the American side. It's like in England, we don't even have metal radio stations or rock radio stations, whereas America does. So it's a little bit more like mainstream. Like, there are bands that I've seen sell out arenas in America that'll probably only get like 50 people in the UK. Did I really miss something here, or was it just hidden loot? I think it's just hidden loot. I'm Barbie Girl Metal on It sounds peak. I've done the Pink Pony whatever, Pink Pony Bar. I've done that in metal. I got made to go up and sing that with someone else. But what was funny as well, like one of the actual metalheads who was explaining to me about why gatekeeping was important, his wife was there and was explaining why she thinks it was stupid, and I completely agreed with her. But one of the things that I mentioned in one of our conversations, one of my favorite songs to do in karaoke is So What, because the lyrics really mess up the vibe if they're all doing pop songs. And he was like, yeah, that's a great Metallica song. And I went, that's a punk song by Angie Nowhere League. The fuck you talking about? Because he didn't know that it was a Metallica covered the song. So it was quite funny why he was explaining to me that we need to gatekeep not real metalheads from the scene, and he attributed a punk song to a metal band. And I was like, ha ha!
Gotta stop! I'm the master! Maeve, help! Maeve, I'm sorry.
Oh, dude, I love Creed. Hey, and here, yeah. It's so good. Like, one of the, like, really heavy male heads at our bar always sings Creed. Like, he thinks it's hysterical. Alright. Let's try to stack some of these monsters up.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Now, who do we want to hit some of this? We're probably going to want Heinrich just so he can tank a little bit of it, but he is on the assassin build, which isn't the best for that, now that I think about it.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I bring mercy and retribution. Trust me. By the web.
Right, that should do some good to get all started. Then we can try and get some attacks of opportunity in here.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. Be careful not to cross.
Mod idea, save the murder kitty. Yeah, I think it's sad that we still can't save the larynx yet. Caught red-handed. But yeah, it was just really funny the way that they were like, my litism, and I was like, but you've made a mistake.
I let your soul be purged. Trust me.
Alright, how are we doing on the old stat build up here? Are these guys immune to toxin, or am I just not applying toxin? What's happening in here? It might just be making the resistance test. But if that is the case,
As honor
sucketh.
ordains. Trust me. The shadow flame whispers your name.
He's really going for the old Commissar. Smile of the Beasties to go for my non-buffed enemies, or allies, should I say.
Moving into position.
Well,
One of us would be enough.
let's get later on this.
It won't take long. Understood.
These murder kitties are a harder encounter than most
I'll take
enemies
it
in
as
the game.
priority.
What is his armor? It's non-existent. Why is my damage so low? Its deflection isn't that crazy.
Accepted. Reporting failure.
Cool. Glato should be building up some really nice strength from all that. Well, Ralph of the Meat plus 64. They're immune to toxin. They're just cybernetic. Oh, yeah. Cool. Don't go for the Commissar.
Arbitrators are made
Ooh.
of steel.
Oh, that hurt. Now, who do I want to linchpin up for this? Because I could try and buff myself, or I could try and build some stacks from Cabela. You know what? I might actually go in on me for now.
Defiance is futile.
Probably should have gone for Cabela.
And so shall it be done.
For the throne's glory.
Well, that will give us some nice free buffs.
Naturally.
And then we can protect
Why
up the
would you
party a
object?
little bit. And we might as well smack an opening on this guy.
Lord Captain.
Oh, but he dodged. Was hoping to build up a little bit more.
The Emperor commands, and so let my fury rain down upon thee.
Ah, Pascu.
I don't suffer fools lightly.
Nice. Let's see, will blinding strike work here? Okay. Now, they do like to attack all my allies right now.
Setting target parameters for tech familiar units.
Alright, let's make sure we get everyone in on the buff.
I won't object to it.
Can
Let's see
smack
to
up Cabela as well. Ah, we've moved some openings around here because we are main turning them now.
I won't object to it. Naturally.
Oh, he didn't go through. I thought he would have gone through. Interesting. Ooh, their dodges are so high. I'm going to struggle to actually get them for the killing edges.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Let's see. For the throne's glory.
Still might attempt to... Ah, that's just too... Oh! Even with the weapon skill, oh my god. My goodness. Cassia, if you would.
Ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Just constantly missing. Oh my god.
Let's see to it.
Well,
The Emperor
we go back
is on
into
our
hit.
side.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may.
Well.
A dance of blades and shadows. As the tenant stated.
Oh, Law and Order propped. Was hoping that would do more. I could use Scorcher and try another Blade Dance. Oh, it did practically nothing. These guys are tough. No, he run down Solomon, run down the Commissar. Running down Heinrichs.
Aim for the heart next time.
Pascal, this is on you. So, we are going to strategic adaptation this. Because hopefully, we should be able to actually get a kill here. Very nice.
A waste of blood.
However, strategic adaptation didn't work. Cool.
Setting target parameters for tech familiar units. Abide in the blessed creations of the Omnisire.
Don't need to desperate measure it. We can desperate measure Heinrichs. We'll actually do way more. Yes.
I need a foothold. For the throne's glory. Naturally. Be gone. Everyone, step aside.
Yup. Ah, yes. Once again, the ability isn't working. Come
I might
on.
do that. Alas, no.
I might just spec him out
I
of
won't
Breakthrough just
reject
because it's annoying me that it always misses.
Someone's death wish is mine to grant.
The cat's just awful. High armor, high dodge, good amounts of HP, tougher than most fights in Act 2. Oh, yeah. Is a bug supposed to go through, but sometimes doesn't 2x2? Yep. It's like on some of the bigger enemies, you actually can't charge them as well. So stuff like, so you could before, but for some reason since 1.5, you can't even charge like the Shard or Daybreak, because they kind of fucked it up on the bigger enemies. I don't know what they did. Right, we'll look around first, because I want to stop by the ship to heal up.
We are bound by the blood of
Subluxes have several ranks and reject the flesh, so they have high deflection, high DRO effect. Yeah. Scorcher. Yeah, but shock isn't a viable strategy. Arc rifles currently bugged to miss. Most weapons don't actually do shock damage as well. It's very hard to try and take advantage of that. Luckily, Pascal had the arc rifle on, but there's a good chance it could have just missed it. And then we do that. I'm going to drop Heinrichs for this one, just because he's annoying me with constantly having breakthrough issues. Hey, how you doing? Not too bad doing so here, but, you know, there's no such thing as turning up late to a stream. It's just if you want to stop by. Yeah, but breakthrough on bigger enemies, if they're more than one square, it's just tedious to try and use, because the game is not really happy with letting you use it. I would like to see them have a little look at fixing that a little bit. Radiant Shield. Whenever the wielder blocks an attack, the attack must make a test will be blinded. It's not too bad. So we do have the Industrial Hammer, but we also have the Malpain Shroud, so we could just put on the Rock Sword there. Heavy Emergency Cutter. Yes. Ah, we might have a different one-handed maul that we could use. So we've got Bloody Sacrament, but that's not going to be better. Right, we will get something else later.
Know your duty.
Hello, good evening. Yeah, it's a shame that they constantly keep nerfing the difficulty of the encounters. Like that one actually being a slight challenge. If all the encounters were like that, where the fact is, 'cause at the moment, Cabela, I don't use weapon skill gear, so she was struggling to hit because of it. Whereas if I had then, say, given her the adaptive gloves, she would have been fine. But yeah, if they had like better, like if all encounters were that challenging to actually land the basic hits, then you'd actually have to think and play more. Yeah, so the heavy maul you can only get if you don't execute the commander, so I made sure not to execute the commander. Where's Maeve? Maeve. Yeah, I like all the power weapon lightning effects they have. Oh, that would suck. Like, I'm not a big fan of lifts going wrong. No, this isn't an obvious cinch cult. Yeah. Get shot. I do like that they've added the correct immunities for Executioner dots, so it's not as ridiculous as it was. Like, especially going into Act 5 now, where the enemies are immune to 2 out of the 3. Mate. I actually like this part. Flippant as hell is so satisfying. Yeah, I don't like the whole clown jester thing, but I do like the actual area. Yeah! Go, Galato, go! Yeah. Yeah, that'd be interesting if it was a blank. Ah, here's our new thing. Yeah, that's not going to fly here, Chief. Oh my god. Just fail every check imaginable. That's cool, that's cool, that's cool. Yeah. I wonder if they'll have any Sisters of Silence in Dark Heresy. Yeah, get glatoed. Good horse. See, making stuff finally back up, by the way. Looks like it's been a quick outage. Oh, very nice. I might be able to run through and do some of that now. Ah, thank goodness my rogue trader was high fellowship so I can succeed these checks. If I remember, there's actually nothing worth looking for around here. It's just all little pop-ups, isn't it? This is actually a very cool designed area as well. Though, they could have done a little bit of work back there. Medieval worlds are technically like, you think night worlds are also in such a... Maybe. But yeah, the feudal worlds being like this does make sense. I think one of the annoying things about this section, though, is the fact that you get back and you just find that your retinue's just been standing around doing nothing. It's like, come on, guys, like, you could have done something here. All this obvious warp shenanigans going on around her as well. Imperial Knights used to be trust machines. They were weaponized during the heresy. Oh, they didn't believe that he was kind. They believed everything except for that he was kind. It's kind of funny. Oh, hey. Double yawn there. Rejoice one for Rochehead von Blance's return to you. Abelard, present me to my retinue. A kind commissar. True! I got away with a lot of bullshit there, but not the fact that a commissar might be kind. Dude, Solomon's such a badass. He's firing that like he had the compensator gloves on. See, that's why I always take Grenadier in all my classes. Like, it's just great. I also like that my Commissar just had his las rifles on him. I love his Spartan kick, yeah. Oh, these things are cool as fuck. Now, Glato appeared to have had his item changed, but he got it back. That's cool, that's cool. Where's the rest of the retinue? Let's get them up here. Let's post everyone up.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
We'll need to worry about the other one once we start moving. You know what? Let's buff up the actual Commissar.
If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being
Because one thing
ordered
he
around.
can do is he can throw out some buffs as well. So we can get some onto Cabela for at least the basics.
Actions will speak louder than words. Defiance
Ha!
is futile. Rejoice in certain be judged and
Oh, some of the
found
damage
wanting.
there was pretty nice.
I will not be deterred.
Yeah, one of those hits was 50. Nope. Alright, that will change his distraction, and we will get ready to set up some damage for
Me?
Solomon here.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Damage to bulk.
Alright, Kibella, kind of want you to focus on this chap.
I shall not fail. Let your soul be purged. Trust my blade whispers your name. As honorable days. I will not die in dishonor.
Let's get you back to cover for now. We'll continue some shenanigans in a little bit. Good block. Oh, come on! Look how good this looks for a big old jump about.
Running by Neric override.
That's what we like to see. Actually, if there's another stack up somewhere, yeah, here, this looks like a good one. I will actually. Now let's hope that that didn't just drop Abelard's armor. Nope, didn't drop our own allies' armor. Good, 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 good.
Tech familiar activated.
Oh, very nice.
Setting target parameters. Tech familiar.
Eagle be going.
Tech familiar.
Let's get that onto Abelard.
Chaos guides me.
Yeah, good luck actually doing some damage here.
Later, we're undertaking this task. Understood. The arbitrator judges.
Then let's get the strategic adaptation in on this as well. Oh, he dodged? Stone Sentinel's taking some beating here.
The order is clear. It won't take long.
Cleto getting that good damage.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
At this point, Abelard should be doing some ridiculous things. Yeah, I reckon we can hit both of these guys pretty well.
It will be done.
Yeah, fleet combat training, very nice. Now,
Indeed.
yes, a big rock sword hit should be good. Did that actually interrupt my attack? I'm not a fan of that. Ah, he's got onslaught on. That's not what I wanted, actually. Oh, and I lost my movement as well. Interesting. That really fucked up that him coming in with that. And I can't charge? Oh, have my movement been pinned? I think I have. What debuff did he hit me with? Yep, immobilized. Grand. That's annoying. Wow.
I will do my duty.
Interesting. I've never seen him immobilize me like that. Oh, well, have a good one with your chores. Alright, Commissar time. So, we have many options for whom to buff. So, Abelard is immobilized, so that's not going to be the best bet. Cabela's already had the initial buff. We'll throw this on
Rejoice in
Solomon.
service. Actions will speak louder than words. And so shall it be done.
Now, Cabela can very easily go pick something off.
The shadows will see it done. Death
Now,
comes in silence. As they come, the other side awaits.
Yep.
Trust me.
Not quite what I was after for that turn.
I will not be deterred.
I think his interrupt actions are actually cutting my bursts short,
Be done.
which if so is kind of annoying.
Pain of this mortal flesh means nothing.
Huh. This is the first time I've ever gone to turn 2 in this encounter. Oh my god, just sniped him. Annoying.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. I have read tomes of military
Did not mean to move myself.
In the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail.
I shall not fail. Caught final web. As on brings me no pleasure. The other side awaits. Trust me.
Nice. Though for some reason again that didn't give me a death from above challenge. I'm seeing an incredible amount of bugs and glitches today.
As the tenants demand.
Like a shocking amount.
From my blade whispers your name. The shadows will see it done.
Oh yeah, these stone sentinels, they are not
Final web.
doing me well for
I shall
this guy right now.
trust me. The shadows will let your soul be purged as the tenants demand.
I actually enjoyed this fight. Yeah, it's a pretty fun encounter.
As on heaven brings me no pleasure. Trust me. I am your blade and shield. The shadows will see it. As honor ordains.
Nice. A lot of bugs are back, yeah. No, I'm definitely seeing a lot of bugs. Dude, look at Abelard. Oh,
Isn't this a job
he has
for
a
the
lot of
serfs?
temporary health.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
I can't stand it.
Got some trash mobs there. Kind of need to take this guy out.
I bring mercy and retribution. As the next death is a blessing.
Alright, they are done. Let's move back over here.
Trust me. I shall not fail. Caught by the web.
Ooh, close. Ah, Pascal does have line of sight on one of them, but not all of the nobles. Should have known.
Setting target parameters. Protect familiar units.
Apparently I clicked the wrong area.
Activated.
Ah, and now my pet's glitched out. And isn't doing its attack. Dude, they have really fucked up this last update.
Running binary override.
Like, I'm seeing so many abilities just flat out not work and glitch out. Strategic adaptation.
Let's test our skills, Glato. Accepted. Understood. One of us would be enough.
Nice.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Glato, we're undertaking this task.
Ah, not quite enough. I call XCOM aim and shenanigans. There's actually straight up glitches that are happening with some of the abilities, especially with the arc rifles. Like, they are actually bugged, is the issue there.
You attack. At your beck and call. Reduced to dust. We'll rule the stars themselves.
Wasn't enough. Nope. It's
Tried and
okay.
tested tactics are the best ones.
Ugh, round 3, gross.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may, I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
10%. Let's see what we can do.
Setting target parameters. Check familiar unit.
Oh, damn! Joint analysis just fucking came in there, didn't it? Yep. Ha! Okay. I think this rifle, that move does nothing. Kibella. Let's generate some more movement.
As honor ordains. A dance of
I only
blades
need
and
to be able to
shadows.
see him.
The shadows will see it done.
Is it really going to be just short? Oh, she's not going to make it.
As honor ordains.
Well, Pascal, I might as well reload because we're not going to get there. As for Solomon, again, he's going to have issues with actually
We've got a
getting
job to
there.
do, Glato.
No, he can see Cabela.
Let's test our skills, Glato.
If we can get him mostly to Cabela, then we might be able to... Ah, he can't see this enemy, though. We'll have to tell him to do his own thing.
Just a minor setback. It will be done.
Dude, everyone's just struggling to get to the guy.
At your beck and call.
He's so close.
I will do my duty.
Later made it.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I'm going to have to death dance the dog, aren't I?
Your soul be purged. I shall my blade whispers your name.
Quick! Quick!
There is only death, yours or mine.
Well, that was not a smooth encounter at all. It was not smooth at all. Game of the year, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, Cyber Eagle has the biggest pet, the buggiest pets in the table. Yeah, they're all pretty buggy. Are you going to keep Maeve after this? I usually do for the little boss. I wonder if you can make a build around the Act 3 Eagle mod you get. Not really a build, because an item that comes in 100 hours into the game isn't a build. That's a respec. But yeah, you could probably respec around it. Shoot him in the face, Solomon. Hmm. Oh, 1 second. I think the little one forgot her keys. You get your keys? Yes, one of the girls forgot her house keys. Friend advice, do not respect evil overseer. The bird will stay and haunt you every fight. Oh no. That does sound fun. I'm watching you. Oh shit. Oh. Edge of Daybreak thrown in some chatting with me. What?
I've read about this.
The fact that he's only got a basic staff as well is crazy. What do you give Cabela in Act 2 specifically for weapons? Drakari weapons. Yeah, she's got the Scorpion Sting and the Venom Blades on at the moment. Alright, so we should get the little mace for Abelard because we did not kill the guy before the battle. Yeah, if you kill the commander before the battle, you can't get that drop. So that's something to keep in mind.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully
Heavy more MVP, yeah. It is actually not very good endgame, but it's good early. This, the Cruel Fate, this is the most viable sniper rifle in the game, but unfortunately it just drops off in damage after this act. Ooh, there's apparently more stuff here. That might just be an optical bug.
watches over us.
But it is always sad to see, after an update, lots of new bugs just introduced. Like, I'm seeing a lot of ability bugs that have come in just out of nowhere. What do you think of the heavy bolter Astra Militarum build, since I want to do Astra Militarum by fine lads guns under... Lads guns are way stronger than bolters and Astra Militarum Commando. It's not even close. For a heavy gun, it's better to do heavy stubber than heavy bolter, just because heavy bolter requires a lot more talents. If you think about it, if you're, say, making a fortress... Oh, hello. I got you, kitty. Jumped for me, but she missed. But yeah, it's a lot of talents that you need to work in. So you need bolter proficiency, bolt weapon expert, then heavy proficiency, then breakthrough, then you need overpower. So that's just 5 there. Then you want never stop shooting. Then you want familiar kickback, hail of bullets. So that's 8 already. And then you have options with combat master. Then you have options with spare magazine. Yes, there's a lot, and that's, you haven't even touched any of your actual other talents on that already. But yeah, it's strong, but but yeah, the las gun, like end game Necron-Tech las gun, you can be doing like 30 shots at like 1,000 a piece. So it's very, 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 very strong. Don't need that. Don't need that. Just gonna get rid of that. 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 Basic knife go. Needle rifle gone. Yeah, Scout Sniper's pretty good. Las guns are really strong. They're very satisfying with Astra Militarum Commander, especially if you're using cover. Yeah, the Cyber Eagle builds are there. Cyber Eagle's only good on lower difficulties. And higher difficulties, it's a bit of a meme. Like, I'm using it now, but yeah, it's... Problem next to Ledgans, it's basically the end of the game. When I've tried a heavy bolter on Argenta, she was doing ridiculous amounts of damage even early Act 2. Yeah, but you still do that way before then. Because there's lots and lots of las weapons that you pick up. Like, first of all, the hotshot las gun in itself is one of the strongest there is. It's got 40% armor penetration. So even if I look at Argenta, so she's got 9 rate of fire, and her bullets have 35% armor pen. Whereas on an Astra Militarum Commander, this hotshot las rifle, I'm going to have another 40% extra rate of fire coming in on this, and it's going to have much higher armor pen. Yeah, it's at the moment 45, but yeah, having that coming in, it's going to be keeping up, and it's not a heavy weapon, so you don't have to run into a lot of issues with that. And there are other upgrades, like you obviously got like Swarm Protector as well, which is, again, 40 ammo in there, 30% armor penetration, and it's also 10-13. So the damage on it's really high, and it can also stack resolve. So if you were doing Master Tactician, that's pretty potent. And there's lots of upgrades that will come along the way as well. Like, you compare it to the bolters around the same time, because they don't get the rate of fire, that, yeah, their basic damage is higher, but their armor penetration is actually lower. They have much higher recall as well. Like, look, recall 5, recall's 20 on that. So yeah, the Esperance Lasgun builds, whilst the reason Argenta is so strong is because of a lot of her unique items. So she gets unique power armors, she gets obviously priest, she gets access to a unique helm that doubles her damage. So heavy guns are strong, but you could just as well do a heavy stubber build and do that alongside it, and then they complement each other rather than compete with each other. But only one of you can use the compensated gloves, and the compensated gloves are always going to be better on Argenta because she'll do way more damage with the heavy bolter that you'll ever be able to do. But with a Astra Militarum Commander, you can take the smaller +1 rate of fire gear, and then you can stack that with the backpack as well, and then you can be doing 20 to 30 shots for nothing, and you're not overlapping gear. So yeah, there's lots of things to consider. That's why I did my Commissar in the charge build. Yeah, it's a fun build. Oh, there's the cape. That would have been really helpful if I had that earlier. Now, who wants the cape? Probably Heinrich's, because his to hit is, he really needs the to hit bonus. Then we can get this on here. I can throw another Scorcher on here until I get the next set of them. Now, do I want her to take the dodge cloak, or do I want someone else to take the dodge cloak? Who else could even use the dodge cloak? Technically Argenta could, but she's using the rate of fire back cloak. No one really needs the dodge cloak as a thing. Well, if I took off the Von Valancius cloak, but that's absolutely fine where it is. This magazine cap and reload AP are really what hinders it. Yeah, bolt pistols kind of suck for that because you can't use bolt pistols are the worst ranged option in the game because they're high reload cost, low ammo capacity, and they don't benefit any build. Because if you go on a soldier, you don't use rapid fire because you can't ever increase the rate of fire because they empty the clip in a single burst. They're just weaker than even the basic solid projectile pistols because of the ammo capacity. Like, it really, really hurts them. The anti-vehicle revolver makes every bolt pistol redundant. I wish Vanguard was good because follow my lead seems fun on Navy officer. Yeah, you can still do that on just a regular officer. It looks massive on her. You know, I should have maybe swapped to that because of the higher... No, it's not that much higher. More armor pen, though. Alright, how are we looking on the old colony things? What were we meant to be doing and where? Revan, are you from Australia? No, I'm from England. This is an English accent. But Priest Synergy is there. Priest is so good. But yeah, it's like I've made a offhand meme burst pistol build on a warrior, and I put the burst pistol on, like I said, a warrior, not a soldier. Yeah, it's the later bolt pistol that has really high damage. It has 4 AP to reload. I think the other bolt pistols aren't as bad, but there's only like 3 or 4 in the game. Let's not explode Heinrichs this time. Do you wish you were Australian? No, they've got big bugs in their country. Really big bugs. That's kind of why I like England. No natural disasters, no deadly critters. Like, sure, we've got insane taxes and politicians, but no critters. So, yeah, it is what it is. I brought Solomon. I didn't want to do that. He's not bad, but they refuse to give him dash, and that upsets me. Ah, these guys are immune to fire now. That's gonna be fun. Dodge reduction, over penetration.
If I may, I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
You bet, kitty cat.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Flex is inescapable.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Oh, hello. You don't need to throw yourself at me like that. It's okay. You can just come sit on me. So she kind of just jumps like that and just like face plants onto me. Let me get into a position where the cat can get comfy.
I'll take it as a priority. The Order, no heretic escapes punishment.
Oh, he got a free slash back.
Lex is inescapable.
Alright.
Understood.
Primal Bloodletter, and then he got dead. I really dislike that they increased the cap to get the Imperial Navy escort, making... Yeah, that is kind of annoying. Ah! Ah. We actually don't have line of sight on anyone. Whoops.
Tech familiar activated. Abide in the host of blessed creations of the Omnisire. Tech familiar activated.
Yup. Pascal getting smacked up.
I feel nothing, fear nothing.
Whoop.
As honor ordained, let your soul be purged. The shadows will see it done. Called by the word. Trust me. As on my blade whispers your name. As the tenets demand. Death comes in silence.
Throne take you.
Alright, we need to be a little bit careful with major powers.
For the throne's glory.
Cool.
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
Oh, the one time it actually went through, I thought he would have hit the front. Gosh darn it. Well, with that in mind,
Psychic abilities to use. Naturally.
cool. Now, let's see. Is this going to go through nicely? Nice. So,
But of course, Lord Captain. For the throne. I'll see our foes obliterated. Naturally. Let's see. I'm done with this one. Get me a target.
oh, he's just
But of course, be gone.
nice. Who's even left? Oh, there's a Chaos Marine up here. Ow! I did not know that those guys were all the way back there.
The Emperor is on our side.
A colossal mistake.
Oh, damn. Whole ass Chaos Marine.
The order is clear. Glato, we're undertaking this task. The guilty will fall.
No, not going to make it up to him. But. Oh, damn. Can't even make it to him.
Actions will speak louder than words.
I need a foothold.
Well.
The Emperor commands.
Make sure that minor power. As far as I'm aware, minor powers can't trigger Veil.
For the
Some major
throne's
ones I gotta
glory.
watch out for. What bonuses can Solomon give you in the colonies events? Don't know. I haven't checked them all out.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may,
I will not be deterred.
I can voice Gleato. Why
Rejoice in
not?
service.
me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
Can I see him? No. Ugh. Out of range.
Activate calculated viewing algorithm.
Okay, well, we can defend Heinrichs and then activate this.
Aim for the heart next time. I am your blade and shield.
Oh, they're so far away.
Trust me.
I won't go down easy.
Cool, 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 cool. Now,
Let's see to
is this going to work?
naturally.
Nice, that's what I like to see. Then, if I pop an opening, I should be able to hit that. 1330.
Let's see.
Groovy. Alrighty then. Advanced tracking.
Let's
Bring
test our
Gleato up to
skills,
bite
Gleato.
him. We'll activate Swift Justice, and Gleato did a crap ton of damage to him. Where are you for the Aurora fight? God damn.
Accepted.
He pushed back the Chaos Marine? Okay. Bam, half team is dead, but you get to look cool. Demons, yeah. Real men use Hydra of both minor and major powers. Oh, yeah. Ah, yes. A Chaos Bolter that we can never use to cargo.
Know your duty.
I don't think anything else can even drop in this encounter. Yeah, apparently you can sometimes get Chaos Marines pop up. Like, this first time I've seen Primal Bloodletters, to be fair. Oh, I have the Pangs. Discord ping. What's up here? That's not my Discord, don't you? Anywho. Yes, we got some levels. So, let's quickly level up. Maybe it had to do with red warp lines. It could be because it was red, yeah. So, we are 33. Level 33, stacking the deck. Ooh, that's gonna be nice. Yep. Now let's check the companions. Critical versatility, that's going to be nice coming in, as well as some perception. Enhanced Medics, not beard. Gentle. More critical versatility, so yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of criticals in our near future. Cassia, level 33, just intelligence and threat and faults. If I take him fire at will, what is threat and faults doing? I might just take fire at will, because I want that earlier. We are using Eagle Pascal. So level 3 gets Tenacious Talons. Yep. Ah, yes. Heinrich is actually going to start getting some perception. This is going to be quite useful for him. We also get Ring of Doom. Yep, so we'll lower their armor when he's doing his stuff, so he'll actually be doing more damage as well. Oh, Jay. So he'll also get stack in the deck, which is nice to see. Eurolit. Ah, Expert Finesse. It's actually very good for her for reload and attack economy reasons. Solomon. Oh, side by side. This is one of those, you don't really need it, but there's not much else for you to take. And Cabela. And she gets Rack and Weakness, which is a huge upgrade for her. Yeah, it's big damage increases. Hello, my love.
Hello.
How are the little ones?
Fine.
Good. What a...
So if you could
Oh, child got you to buy me something. That's what I like to hear. I've been playing Master Tactician with Fin's Job, cooldown reset item, and I keep forgetting to keep Cassie in front. She keeps blowing my party up with Firestorm. Oh no. Yeah, that's why. By the way, if you take the burst upgrade, your party will dodge her little stare. I need to go to Master Git, don't I? Yeah, I've got a thing there. What's the quickest route? Gonna be this way. No, actually it has to be this way. Or because I have so much warp routes to use, let's just open one up. I don't care about traveling on red. We just go down there and we'll beat its ass. Yeah, I forgot to build Solomon for awareness for swapping out with Argenta this time. Alright, which one is this? Ooh, Blue Horrors this time.
And tremble for the Emperor!
Ancient Full Sword. Why does Heinrich have an injury? Don't know. Alright, let's aggressively push up. We can start the team all
I'm not
in
accustomed
this.
to being ordered around.
Portal Warlock. Okay, I have never seen this encounter. Oh, this creature summons a pink horror for a portal. Oh, damn. Alright, fun.
Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
For the throne's glory. Let's see to it. Naturally. I'll put my psychic abilities to use. We're done with this one. I won't object. For the be gone.
Okay, we've got quite a bit of movement out of that. But there's... not sure if there's even enemies up here. Let's go find out.
Target.
What do I see? What do I see?
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Ugh, line of sight issues. Ow. What? Oh, is that steam vent? That's what injured me. I got placed into. I placed into it.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Okay, I've had really quickly. Video takes the Santic. She's cool. Let's go, demons. Let's go.
I bring mercy and retribution.
Oh, goodness,
The
yes.
undying Emperor whispers his will.
3 death faults we take. Okay, and then...
I shall not fail. Trust me. Let your soul be purged. As the tenants demand, I will leave footprints of scarlet. Trust me.
We're going to show why acrobatic artistry is so good.
The shadows will see it done.
Oh, he dodges.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
Oh, this may take a while because of the death faults. Okay, then...
As honor ordains. As the tenants demand. I shall let your soul be purged. Death is a blessing. The shadows will
Alright, Camilla did quite good there. I have unfortunately left her a little bit in the open, so I'm going to move her around here.
dance of blades and shadows.
And we're back to low momentum. Which is okay. Alright, let's, before I start using things, check Pascal's line of fire. Nice. Then, oh, there's Pink Horror right down there. I didn't see him.
Your life is a negligible variable. Abide in the holy blessed creations of the Omnissiah. Tech familiar activated.
Nice. Service. Okay. Oh, sorry, kitty. I need to move you a little bit closer because my leg went dead. Oh, didn't like being moved. That's okay.
The Emperor is on our side. Let's see to it the Inquisitor sends their regards. I won't object to it.
Oh, so close. Ah, and then we miss. Can I see Cabela? No. I think they fixed the infinite range usage on that. Well, Argenta, in a warp encounter.
For the weak, guided by faith.
Why is she going dead last as well? That's the real question.
I'll do it.
It dodged?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Well, let's just hope this doesn't hit Heinrichs.
The
and so it shall be done. Actions will speak louder than words. The Emperor commands.
Alright, let's get you, young lady, near some enemies to blast. Alright, Heinrichs is there.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
And so shall it be done.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Damn, that did not do much. Oh. Well, actually, let's not further in case we blow myself up. Heinrichs should still be under this, so he should still be able to finish off that guy. Groovy.
For the throne's glory.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Pink horrors.
I will not die in dishonor. As not your soul be purged.
Ooh.
As the tongue, the other side awaits. I shall not fail. My blade whispers your name. The as honor ordained.
Oh, we got high momentum as well.
Follow my lead.
So, Pascal, who do we need to shoot?
The spectral prognosis is favorable.
Missed. Ugh. Okay, Heinrichs, however.
Let's see to it.
Let's see what you can do this time.
Everyone, step aside. Not sanctioned to do this.
Why?
I'm done with this one. But of course, be gone.
Every time I see that be like, oh, you're not allowed to use this thing that you should be allowed to use. I'm like, oh.
Psychic abilities to use. Let's see to it.
Very good.
Someone's death wish is mine to grant.
Oh, it's the thing is blocked off this way. I have to go back the other way.
I
Oh,
need
damn.
a foothold.
Well, that was a waste of a heroic. If I'd realised, I wouldn't have done that. Damn. Ding. Yep, that was a complete waste of that. I didn't realise it was blocked off. Whoops. Okay. But we are in a much better position for
Rejoice in
Argenta just to go ham.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. Smoke is a prayer. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Oh, the game thinks that guy's still in full cover? Just...
I will fight the battlefield in righteous fury.
Not anymore. Not anymore. What do these guys have on them? Basic crap. Alright, let's just leave. Hopefully it should auto pick up as we leave this area. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Yay, this is one of those scenarios where it does. Revenant Yukari, Aldari, heavy weapons any good? Am I missing something? They're okay. A lot of people used to claim that they were stronger than heavy bolters, but that was just pure cope. It was pure and utter cope. You can add, obviously, arrival time to help the void ships. Whoops. Well, didn't turn up in time. That's what I get for not paying attention. Aha, more items. And is there any upgrades? Nothing on the engines. Shields, I don't even know which the best one to use is, to be fair. Three shots doing 14. It's not too bad still. Four shots doing that. Let's go fight the Drakari. But the Aldari snipers are the better snipers. The Drakari guns are okay, but there's not really any companions that can make any builds that really support it. The new talent to get like more stuff on dots would be great for a Soldier Executioner if you can make Soldier Executioner. Yeah, same for the ship. I don't think about the ship. I just use Shiny Thing as well.
Full speed ahead. I want to hear the macro cannons roar. Unleash a barrage of destruction. Show them the fury of our macro cannon.
Fighters are quite good. I thought the Heartless was about to fly straight into the asteroid belt. Alright, so they have these douches down here. Oh, let's set up some torpedoes.
Set course with all haste. Rain destruction upon our enemies. Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates.
Also, the ship post bugging out and I keep losing their abilities cause me to have to re-equip the person. Oh yeah, that's also a bug for everyone. I've not even been really paying attention to it. Yeah, I probably do need to re-equip some things.
Deliver their demise. Show them the fury of our
Yeah, because Hydra's fine.
Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany.
Oh, you just stopped next to my torpedoes? Oh, double torpedo turn. GG! This is my least favourite part of the game. Yeah, it's not everyone's favourite, that's for sure. How do I increase the speed of combat? It's in the settings, I'll show you. What do I get from the destroyed ship? Woo! Hot trash. But yeah, to speed up the settings, it's in game all the way down here, and you want to lock the camera to moving character just so you don't lose what's happening. Not currently acting, that's annoying. But you want fast movement on and combat speed always. You can set the animation speed as well. Maybe I'll try it at 4. See if I get a little bit better visuals from 4. If tier maker's back up, we could end the stream doing a quick little weapon tier list. And as soon as I get the Warp Surge brooch, Heinrich's usability as the assassin is going to go through the roof. Yeah, I need to get this bastard. Damn, we've almost completed then. Actually, yeah, we should have some few Navy things, shouldn't we? Yeah, test again, website's up. Very nice. Sorry, little hiccup burp there. Now, we can stop back at Dargonis to turn in for both Jay and for Solomon. Fuck going round. I have so much navigating insight, I might as well use it. Hello, Sophie. How are you doing, little one? Jessie's marked all of her favourites in this book with the little bookmarks. So do you want to look, see if you can see why she likes them all? Yes, one of my daughters just popped up. Yes, the Ministratum. So we probably want to bring Jay as well. Try not to lose the bookmarks. I will. Yeah.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Yeah. Hello. Oh, we're doing Palace of Justice. But yeah, people popping in now. How is everyone doing? Now, I'm just thinking, now that we've got... so the video I was planning to do for earlier was going to be tier listing where I think the current weapons, the state of weapons are. But the actual tier list maker was down. So I might have to do that now that it's back up. Dude, everything about this section is so cool. At work again. Oh, yeah, it do be like that way. Wonderful looking through the sheet. What to play that is not Blade Dancer. Oh, there is so much to look at there. It's mind blown that I'm not joining one but two medieval RPGs in their production. Yes. But no, Cormac, you've got some good, interesting stuff going on. Have you finished your Kickstarter for your game? Was it still ongoing? Because if it's still ongoing, I don't mind popping the link into the chat for people and you can talk about it in there. If you send it to me on Discord, I can pop it in. Did you find anything you like in the book? You go and see Blossom. Yeah. Complacency +1, security +2. Yep, he can go head into the moor and do his thing. Oh, actually, I said to give me the link, and then I didn't even open it. But yes, so Cormac's in the chat, and he's actually got his own game Kickstarter going. And so I'm going to pop that in for both Twitch and for the YouTubes. But actually, let's bring this up. Let's have a little look about it. I'm going to pause stream. So yes, he's kickstarted his own game. It's called Legacy of Valor. So yeah, I'm sure he can talk a little about it in the chat, and you can find stuff on his thing. But if we get the Steam link as well up, so people can have a little look at all of this, and if they're interested, they can obviously Kickstarter, because that's how the Owlcat game style as well. Because I was original Kickstarter for both Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous, though I came in a bit late with Rogue Trader. Yeah, looks like it's done well on it so far. Yes. No, it looks like it's going to be third person. Sort of medieval RPG rather than CRPG. Although Cormac can tell us a little bit more about it himself. Actually, let's see if he's free. He might not be in a position to join a call, but if he is, I can just quick drag him in for a couple of seconds. Hello, sorry to just grab you on the random.
Okay, I didn't expect a call right now.
Sorry, I was just thinking that whilst we had you in stream, did you want to talk stream through about what the game is that you're kickstarting?
Yeah, sure. So in general, we want to create a hybrid project between an story-driven RPG mixed with kingdom management and mixed with strategy. So if you want to have a look at it in terms of you are starting from nothing, becoming something, and then you're gonna get your plot of lands. And once the big story is over, we don't want the game to be over, but then open up into an open world sandbox experience where you then build up your kingdom, do your whole diplomacy parts and whatnot. So that's kind of like the short of it.
Yeah, well, to be fair, that's actually one of my favorite style of games. Like, I've always loved stuff like Manor Lords, even going back to like the old Civilization games, and even what was the other one, Crusader Kings, stuff like that. But I'm also a big fan of actually getting involved in the action. Like, I'm actually really excited about the Warbands update coming in for Mountain Blade Bannerlord.
Yeah, the North Sales, War Sales, I think it's called.
Yeah, that's the one. So yeah, how, like, if you were to sell the game, and like what comparisons to games you take, like what elements do you think that you could say is similar, but obviously it would be direct one-to-one comparisons?
I mean, in terms of working now on the game, direct comparisons are very harsh and not like to be done. But I heard a lot of people who play tested and looked into it. They mentioned hybrids or a combination of Kingdom Come Deliverance meets Mountain Blade.
Okay, yeah. So
these two comparisons were very often drawn to it. And fun fact, Warhorse Studios did recommend us. We also did the motion capture for the trailer in their mocap studio.
That's really cool. Yeah, because I'm looking at your stretch goals here. Because obviously, large scale battles at 220k. I hope you guys do hit that one, because that's one that I'd want to see. Obviously, online co-op multiplayer is going to be one that people will be really excited for. So yeah, there's a lot of really cool
all the stretch goals are going to come into the game regardless.
Yeah,
it's only a question of the speed. Like if we have of course, a higher funding, we can expand the team in terms of numbers and be faster,
Yep.
and have all these elements ready for the. I mean, we're aiming 2027. Um, so yeah, fingers crossed. If
Yeah.
not, then of course stuff will be added as we go in terms
Mhm.
of production, and the game will probably then launch in early access.
Yep.
All a question of the coin, sadly.
So what's it like going from discussing and like playing games to actually creating your own game?
For me, it's for me, it's kind of like a dream come true, you could say,
Mm,
because
mm.
I always dabbled around the whole gaming scene, being a content creator, and also worked with some publishing teams together, Hooded Horse and Fire Squid.
Yep.
And yeah, I just had that experience in terms of marketing, in terms of seeing behind the
Mhm.
games, in terms of putting the whole project together. And now I just stumble upon indie games and give my 2 cents to them and try to help out. And the help outs apparently ended in me getting hired to join the team.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like one of my favorite things is always looking for like proper RPG games that have development. Like so one thing, like I do like JRPGs, but the one problem I always have is you don't visually develop. You're obviously playing that character, you've got that outfit, and even though you get like new weapons and armors and stuff, you don't really see it change in it. And like in other games where sometimes you come in with a really big like power fancy, but again, you don't see the world develop to your actions. But when you're like building your own settlements and cities and stuff, that's actually really cool. But there's a lot of games that they touch into what I want, but they don't hit all the areas, because like sometimes they'll go like full like survival where you build everything up from scratch, which is cool in itself, but then there's like no world to explore. It's just kind of dealing with monsters and stuff. But then you have stuff like Bannerlord, which is very similar, but obviously it's very limited what you can do. And like I've looked at this a couple of times, and it definitely hits every element that I like in games, where you sort of like build yourself up, build your kingdom up, develop your own cities yourself, and then obviously the way that you get yourself through the game will affect sort of what you're doing in the open parts at the end.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of games who are scratching one aspect and
Mm.
then are lacking in the others. And with Philip, we have the skill to bring all the aspects together into one. And I mean, there's a lot of things going on that I can sadly not,
Yeah,
or not allowed
not
to talk at
discussed.
this
Yeah.
point about it. But overall, I think the mix of telling a cool story, getting you involved into the worlds,
Mm.
getting care for the world and the characters that are present there, and then give you the tools of like, okay, that's what's going on. Until here, this is what happened. Now it's up to you to write your own story and
Yeah.
decide where you want to go, what you want to do.
Mhm.
And yeah, I mean, I think that the balancing part will be the most difficult one. Is like
Yeah.
how crazy do you want to go in terms of immersion and detail?
Mm.
Where does the fun end? Or of course, we'll not be able to please everybody.
Yeah.
Those was a lot of tests
To be
and closing
fair, it's one of the few game genres where I don't care if I do steamroll towards the end of the game, just as long as like the early and mid game is there. And I
Mhm.
know like some like if you play, did you play the Total War games?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, because I know like Total War 2, the AI used to empire build, so the end game was actually really, really fun, because you'd have your giant empire, then you'd be fighting the other half of the map, but they don't really do that in Total War 3, and that's been like one of my biggest disappointments with the change of their AI, is basically by turn 25,
Are we talking
the
about
game's over.
Warhammer 2
Yeah,
and
yeah,
3?
Warhammer Total War 2 and 3.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because that was always a little bit of disappointment, that the early game was kind of where all the content was in the third one, whereas the second one, it was mostly the end game, because like turn 50 to 100, you'd be suddenly fighting half the world, because they would have empire built themselves. But yeah, no, it looks really cool what you're doing. You might not be able to tell us now, but are you getting to lend yourself to any voice or motion cap acting?
Yeah, definitely both
Nice!
directions, and
Nice!
most likely it will I will use that skill set also for our internal things, most likely to, of course, cut budget a little bit.
Yeah.
But we do have, as you can see right now in the pictures that you're going through, we have partnered with
Mm.
an Czech Knight group who are doing reenactments and whatnot.
Yeah, because you did one
So
recently, because I remember you were sending some pictures.
yeah, exactly. We did a few events recently. And yeah, just before the initial Kickstarter ended. I mean, we have lead pledges on, so people can still grab the goodies in terms of game key, full-fledged armor sets,
Yeah.
forged after your measurements, the swords that the astronaut was holding. There will be like a family sword being crafted with your family crest on it, being scanned as an NPC in the game, and it's like we have a lot of goodies, of course, for the trust and support that the people are throwing at us.
Yep.
So yeah,
No, that all sounds really cool. It's like Wiggles in one of the Twitch side chats says it looks to him a little bit like Kingdom Come, but with like the actual building set and stuff. And whilst it's always unfair to always make like direct comparisons, it'd be so cool if it was. Like, because some people are like, oh, if only it was like this, but with this, and some people would be like, oh, well, that's kind of not what we're doing. But if it like in the background, if it is, it's like, yeah, that'd be great.
I mean, yeah, but cycling back to focusing on a story narrative, and then open up to actually then give you the responsibility of doing something with what you
Yeah.
get.
So do you
So
guys have like an idea in mind of how much each section should be, or is that not being discussed yet?
we don't have any rough estimates right now, but I think we're gonna have like I'm just throwing numbers at you right now, so it could be more, it could be less. A rough estimate of a nice 20 hours of narrative experience that is
Okay, that
probably going to
sets you
be
up for the
quite
open
linear.
world.
Exactly, it was going to be
Yeah.
quite linear in terms of like teaching you the ropes in the most sense, and see if we can immersively teach you the mechanics of the game and the aspects of the game, so you get a little bit of aspects of how you fight, you get a little bit of
Yeah.
aspects of how you roll over a little plot of land, what's important to keep in mind and whatnot, because we want the world to create quite immersive and harsh. So if you, for example, don't prepare good for the winter, maybe it will, screw you over because you run out of food and then your people will die, and then it's end game. We also play around with the idea of skipping the story parts
Yeah.
and give you the option that once you've completed the narrative, you get the extra new game sort of thing where you can just straight up jump into the sandbox experience and create your own character
Yep. Okay, so
and
yeah, you can
design it.
do sort of that tutorial narrative part, and then for future runs, if you want to go straight into like the world management, you can just skip that. That's really cool. Because I
Exactly.
know loads of people always request features like that for games, because yeah, sometimes the prologue section or the early story section can be a bit tedious.
Yeah, you could see the story section as a kind of like a prologue. Yeah. Yeah, it would be, in my opinion, a big pain in the ass if you would have to replay it over and over again, only if you want to,
Yeah,
try
yeah.
something
If
else
you
or
only
try
wanted to
something
do the
different.
latest section, yeah, because it's kind of like yeah, Bandlord, they do that. Their tutorial prologue thing is basically you family member gets kidnapped, you get taught how to hunt down bandits and stuff, and then you just get thrown into the world and you can go explore this very very bare bones questing, but you can end up starting to take over kingdoms management.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, it sounds really cool. But thanks for coming in and explaining. Obviously, I put the link out to the chat, and I just because I spawned you in there, I was like, actually, yeah, let's discuss about it, because obviously I've been very keen to see this come through. So I thought it was a very good excuse to show it to the stream, and we got 50 people watching, so why not? But yeah, I'll put the link in one more time.
I'm also very excited to see the reactions of the people as we're showing more. And yeah, definitely for those who end up playing it, make sure to not get too comfortable in your high mighty power seats when you are then in the sandbox thing, because we're planning some late game surprises.
Ooh, I'm not even going to hint at what I think it could be, just in case I do get close. But no, that sounds awesome. No, I like the sound of it. But yeah, but thanks for stopping by. And like I said, sorry to ambush you like that. But I saw you in the chat. And I was like, well, if he's got a free moment, we could always just quickly go over it.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? We got him in a good
Yeah.
moments right now.
Yeah.
So
Well,
big thanks to you, Raven, for showing some spotlight over here. Thanks to all the audience and chat for listening to me rambling over the game.
yeah.
And,
Well, but people are up to cool stuff. Might as well discuss it. Like, be like, hey, by the way.
of course. And as always, if you or the community of yours has any questions, let me know. More than happy to answer. And if you want to, you have it right down the screen. Jump into the Discord.
Yep.
And
Funny
share
enough, I'll post that
suggestions,
on my
ideas,
Discord as
wishes
well.
over there because we want to create it together with the people. So the more heads come together, I think the more the bigger, cooler shit we can do.
Yeah. No, but yeah, thank you very much. I'll definitely I'll catch you later, and I'm sure that we'll probably do some collabs once Dark Heresy Alpha's coming closer if you have time.
Oh, of course, I would love to. I would love to.
Nice. We'll have. I'll send you a message a little bit close time. But yeah, no, thanks. I'm going to pop off now because I wanted to quickly do a tier list with the stream, and then I was probably going to end what I was doing there for earlier today anyway.
Gotcha. All the best to you, and all the best to chats over there on Tubes and the Twitcheries. Have a good one.
Yep, you too. Bye. And but yes, that's comma. Yeah, got an awesome little Kickstarter game going. So yeah, thought we would show that whilst he was in there. So yeah, so Warhorse and Owlcat have both recommended it. He's obviously in the Owlcat partner program, and he does streaming himself. He's done when they were doing some of the DLCs. He was on the hosting panel with Owlcat, and obviously he's used some of their motion capture stuff with I think he said Warhorse to get some of their cutscenes done. So yeah, they definitely going for that big kingdom management third person RPG sort of create your own adventure style thing. And what he was saying, like, gonna have a early bit of story content that then's gonna build into the open world sort of stuff. And once you've done it once, you'll be able to skip that part and go straight to the open world stuff if you want to. But you know, it sounds cool as shit. But yeah, I'm always happy to advertise people doing stuff like that. Because if it's a game I want to play, let's get some money into it. Let's I'll throw some YouTube ad revenue into there as well. No, thank you for taking the time to explain it. Especially because I caught you unawares. You didn't have your PR and marketing team approve what you can and can't say. So yeah, I didn't mean to put you on the spot so badly. I see Jay is a lie in your current run. Oh yeah, no, Jay is Bay. We don't hurt Jay. Funny enough, I started this run as a dogmatic commissar, and as I've gone into Act 2, I'm trying to get into main iconoclast. So we're going to be an iconoclast focused commissar, but it's still going to be pretty dogmatic. And the giggling you can hear in the background is my youngest has snuck into the room because she wanted to come see me, but obviously I'm streaming at the moment, so she's now reading the Warhammer book that I have over there and going through on her tablet on some things as well. So you'll hear a child giggling in the background. Oh, that man is floating. Ah, we have Jay here for commerce checks. There should be a steel triad somewhere here.
My pleasure.
Yeah, there it is.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
But yes, I very much like Jay. Unfortunately, though, my build entirely overlaps with Jay, which is why Jay's not getting used much this run. And if anything, I've also stolen all of the gear that I normally give to Jay to put onto my Commissar with, like, St. Cognatius Scriptures. She doesn't use Charles Pendant, but yeah, stolen the Pear Holster and the Breacher's Armor. Because, yeah, we are stacking all of that on the Commissar.
The divine watches over us.
I think we hit all the terminals in this area. Yeah. Alright, well, whilst I'm here, and I've kind of gone the flow of what I was just doing, now might be a good time to go over the weapon tier list. Post-trial. So let's have a little look to see if tier maker's up. So no skill, just... yeah. Let's see if tier maker's back up. There was a little thing going on. Yeah. Let's quickly set my account up on this. Make a template. Trader weapons. Make your own template. Might as well make it public. Weapon tier list. Oh my god, it's... I guess we go look for game. Whatever. Select template cover photo. Select tier list templates. Alright, let's throw in all of these weapons. Okay. Yep. Now, I will bring up chat so I can see it at the same time. I was trying a chief build from your sheet earlier this week, and it was struggling hard. Maybe I switch to more classic Commissar and keep him away from the front lines. Well, as long as you've stacked up all your armor, because by default, you'll have the 77% armor like I have here, and then you should have front lines set up, so you kind of want to keep him in the front line. So, let's start getting this set up. Let me just have a little quick check of where the camera is so I know what my face is blocking, what it isn't. Okay, so we've got all the weapons here. My face is all the way over there, so I am not blocking it. And if we do that, we make it look nice and pretty, don't we? We don't really need the top as much here either. But it's fine. Alright, so I don't ever like doing it this way because people tend to get mad when you tier list weapons this way. Is this weapon tier list overall, early mid game? I'm going to do a sort of overall for each of the classes for where I think they are. Daughter reading about weird boys with red shotguns. Yes. So we're going to put we don't want to call it OP. Again, it's all about yeah. Strongest weapon types, most supported weapon types. What would we want to call that? So above average, average, below average, and niche build here. And what do we want to name sort of S tier? OP. No, because if you say OP, people tend to get a little bit. No, but there is actually some OP weapon classes. Okay. I'd have to say strongest weapon. Okay, so if we're going to start tier listing the weapons, we've got them all set out here. And the way I'm going to look at it is for Design for Unfair, it's going to be comparing the sort of builds that they have access to and how niche or hyper specific. The less buff reliant the weapons are, the overall the stronger they are. And the more that they can be self-sufficient, then yeah, that's going to be where sort of I view them and how I rate them. So again, say we'll probably adjust things as we go along through this, but say you've got your perfectly out swords. Swords, perfectly average, really strong, not bad at all. Then you have stuff like chain swords. They're them, but better because they do extra crit damage. So swords, pretty easy to go into there. Then you have power swords, which again, even above that, in a lot of cases, some of the power swords have really good effects. But then you're saying, well, is certain power swords better than other chain swords? But there can be some very specific scenarios where that would be the case, but not always. But overall, yeah, power swords are really good, but there's no power swords that I can think of off the top of my head that makes them just exceptionally better than chain swords, and vice versa with chain swords. But they do tend to be much stronger than the primitive ones, especially because they can get that extra armor pen. Then you've obviously got over here the extra crit damage. Then if I were to say look at Aldari chainswords, Aldari power swords and chainswords, they require an extra talent but don't really give you anything special. Yes, they have high armor pen and they have access to finesse, but by comparison, if you then look at a Drukhari one, the Drukhari ones have much stronger effects. They have access to finesse, so they're actually going to perform better than these ones. And then you could actually make the argument, well, because of all their unique effects and how strong they are with certain builds, then you could actually argue that the better ones are the Drukhari ones, because the regular ones, they require extra talents to even be able to use. And yes, you can use it with finesse, but they're not offering you anything over the other ones. So whilst they're not bad, it's a lot of extra work you're doing to get in there. Whereas the Drukhari ones, you can get ones that turn weapon skill to armor pen, and these ones are absolutely insane. Then you can use them on Executioner, you can use them on Blade Dancer, and you can turbo stack agility. So there's more builds where this is going to be more useful, and there's a lot more effects that you're getting out of the passives. So again, I would say something like the Claves, they're above average, but they're not really as strong as the single-handers, because the Swashbuckler's Cloak, you can use that by having two, you do extra damage, and there's a lot of synergy that you get by having two, like Stalker Boots. You'll be able to do stuff like Breakthrough, you'll get extra attacks, you'll be able to use them with fleet combat training, so you'll get offhand hits, and they'll just do a lot more than what it would do with, say, the two-hander. Yeah, I'd say there's no reason to use Aldari swords, because before they didn't end MP, and back then I would have thrown them up here. But now that they do use MP until they get some more talents, there's no reason to go Aldari over Drukhari, basically. So that tends to be my issue with them there. So Force swords, yep, right up there, really strong, really OP. The only reason I'd put them below Drukhari is it's Psyker specific, but Psykers themselves are stronger, but it's not because of the Force swords. Let's carry on with looking at that. So, yeah, power picks, again, above average. They're really strong, really high armor pen, and they're power weapons, so of course they're going to be really good. Now, power axes, I would actually throw right up into the top tier, because the strongest one-handed weapon in the game is a power axe. The other power axes are really good, and you've also got an Act 5 one that's stronger than just about everything, but that's only 2 out of the entire class. So whilst they are, I would definitely say, the strongest weapons, it's not all of them, which is why I would put below here, because on average, these are doing more for you. Yes, I wish the power axes had a different effect other than just inflicting bleed. Like I said, there is also some really good niche things you can do. If you get melee weapon specialist with fleet combat training, you can have Carnage in your main hand, and then you could do a Carnage hit with one hand, and then it off hits with the power, and you can get the actual AP back, but for 1 AP. So you regenerate 1 AP, but you hit twice. Yeah, because of how good they are, chain axes are above average, and I would say they're actually probably better than some of these other ones. Mostly, actually, I'll switch that around because that 10 arm pen's more than 10% damage. But I would say these are better, mostly because of Carnage, but overall they're not better than the other power ones. But yeah, the fact that they can have melee weapon specialists definitely makes them stronger than these guys. I'd actually move probably the power pick a little bit ahead of some of these. But no, it doesn't have the parry one there. This is going to change as we go through it. So the Jukari Claves, they're nothing really special, but they are quite strong. So I would actually throw them in here. So because they can get the agility thing, they can get double strength bonus, and some of them have some really good effects. The power swords, power swords obviously also really, really good. And they've got some really strong power swords as well, the two-handers. So I'll definitely throw that in there. Another one that I'm also going to throw up here is obviously the Mauls, because the Mauls, they can have that 1 AP knockback. So melee weapon specialists, you can use them with offhanded and they can not increase the cost. So having access to both of these, that's really good. Like, ideally, having access to the Power Maul and the Power Axe, that's normally what I always give Ablard, because they're both really, really strong. And obviously, a lot of people like the Heavy Maul, because Heavy Maul's fantastic. Yeah, any of the Yeet weapons, they're all really good. I would say that, yeah, the two-handed hammers, better than two-handed swords. The reason the swords are so high is actually you've got both a mid and end game one that just ignore deflection and armor, so that they're really, really, really strong. The hammers are actually better because they have better area attack and they also have knockback, so these ones are really, really good. And the only reason I've put one-handed above it is because of melee weapon specialist and dual weapon specialist, so you can actually get a lot more out of them for having both of them. Knives suck. Like, regular knives are kind of bad, but then you've got, I would definitely say the Jukari knives are way above average. Very build specific, but the fact that you can get both toxin and bleed ones, there's some really powerful effects in them. They have huge dodge reductions. They're very good for assassin. So yeah, these ones really, really, really good. Regular knives just have no advantage over just basic melee. Same with the axes. The axes are worse than the swords, but they're not below average at all. I've not included stun batons because I think they all count as power. I don't think there's any primitive blunt weapons. Power sword is good for armor pen, plus never forget the much versatile strike. Yeah, auto strike power sword's also amazing as well. Commissar axes, above average because you get extra weapon skill, but they're limited to Pascal, so they're niche build technically because they can't be used by anything else. So, and they've just fixed the bug to turbo stack them. So yeah, literally Pascal. That's it. Only Pascal's do it. And Pascal, you're not going to build for melee unless you're turbo buffing him. And at the point you're using that Pascal, you have to buff him so much. It's obscene how much you would actually need to buff him to make that usable. So let's start looking at some of these guns as well. This isn't going to be as focused. Oh, by the way, no, I just realized if we're still just finishing melee, yeah, we need to throw psych staffs in. Like, psych staffs, it's the strongest shit in the game. Obviously, the pyromancy ones are really good. The biomancy ones can revive the dead. The Santic staff has the highest nuke potential in the game. You can obviously use it with confident approach to be obscene as well. Yeah, no, there's no reason we can't get that. Also, rock swords, how could I forget that melee? Literally the strongest weapon in the game. It's a strike weapon, so it multi-hits. You can boost it with Temperis Elite Carapace Backpack and other weapons that increase strike count. So you can easily do a 12-hit single AP attack on that. And with Void Veteran Boots, you can abuse the crap out of it. So yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely obscene. How could I not do that? Yeah, we didn't forget rock swords. You are right. I had that idea as soon as afterwards, and I think that's all the melees. So let's have a look at pistols in no particular order here. So needle pistols suck. Disruptor suck. Just single shot. Very unique weapons, not very good. Las pistols. Yeah, las pistols are actually really, really strong. But they're kind of average. The endgame las pistols, well, you do have like some rare exceptions, like the quick shot las pistol, and obviously the Mars pattern hot shot las pistol. They're very, very strong, and I like to use them in many builds, but they don't really stand out as themselves. So I think they're a very good baseline for determining what pistols should be like. Obviously, solid projectile pistols, really strong. Because obviously you've got the Daredevil pistol that's in there, and you've got constant progression that comes out throughout the game. Maybe around here, I would say. So again, it's hard to think of too many chainswords past the mid game that stand out. So I think that pushes them down a little bit. And yeah, these are more build niche specific. They're very good. And obviously if you're using built for Drukhari, there's no reason not to have the two-handers. But you won't switch them too much. By the way, for those who are watching the video format of this, the giggling and the child that you hear is my daughter, who has come to join me, and she is going through one of my Warhammer books, and she's very excited. She's also playing with her tablet as well, so it's going to make a lot of noise. She's having a great time. So we've got the faux hammers. Faux hammers, I think, are absolutely fantastic. They are weaker than burst, but they are fantastic. Burst is king. Funny enough, when it comes to actually how much damage I can do, I can probably confidently say I will get more damage out of them than any of these, really. But I don't really want to overhype the melee too much. Well, sorry, overhype range over melee. Because melee is obscene, especially with Destroyer and Degrade Defense. It can do a lot more, especially as you're hitting. But yes, giggling from the warp coming in the background. Plasma pistols, also really good, especially with the extra stuff they've got added. The extra attack economy is nice, and I do like the extra attack economy that they have now. They're very strong, but the thing is, without being Pascal, you can't really get the damage, and they do drop off towards the end game, but you still have some really strong ones coming in Act 4, so that is pretty good. I do like them, but yeah, you'll notice they are definitely weaker than Burst and the faux hammers as you get towards the end of the game, because they kind of drop off. Then you've got the revolvers. Revolvers obscenely powerful as well. Anti-vehicle revolver. Say no more. Its damage is obscene. So yeah, that's what puts it above here. Yes, you can get the rate of fire higher on this, and the same with this one, some specific builds. But anti-vehicle revolver is just open to everything. Officers, warriors, soldiers. It's really strong. Inferno pistols, I like them, but they are definitely below average. They're actually better than melters, but there's just not enough progression or upgrades. Okay, now both daughters are up here on the bed playing, so you guys will hear this in the background of the video, but I'm not going to tell off children for having fun. So let's have a look. So splinter pistols as well, I think are really good. And I also think the Aldari ones are. But what holds them back is actually needing talents. So again, splinter pistols are going to be niche build, because you're probably going to have them on an executioner of some description. So they're going to be very niche build. And I would say that because they require extra talents, the shuriken pistols themselves are going to be somewhat below average. And it's the same with the melter pistols. Like they require whole talents. So normally Inferno, if you could just get them as they were, the 1 AP shot, the 1 AP area, I'd just throw them up here. But because they need that exotic talent, I think that it I think that moves them down a little bit. Then let's have a look. Flame pistols, they're not good. they're not good. Requires an exotic talent, probably is still better than these guys, but yeah, it's still not very good. Soldiers can use them quite effectively, but overall not the best. Not the best at all. Let's have a little look at sniper rifles. Again, needle sniper rifle. I don't like them. Because they're single shot, I don't think they really stand out as anything special. So I'd put them below average, because I think just regular sniper rifles are actually pretty good. So if I quickly can spot it, I'll move the regular sniper rifle into it. So we got the lad sniper rifle. That's the hex rifle. I am the big blind and I don't see the regular sniper rifle. I do see the carbine rifle. Carbine rifle definitely below average. I'm the blind. Did I not add in snipers? Let's have a little look over here. I'm going to quickly check the document. And oh no, I do have sniper rifles. But I don't. Where's the icon for it? Ah, there it is. I was the blind. Sniper rifles, yeah, they're good. They're good. there's nothing bad about them. They are just really good. Aldari sniper rifles, however, I would definitely say are better than them. Because the Aldari sniper rifles have a lot of the really good and strong talents. So, yeah. And like Wanderer's Potent, I have Hecticon, Chorus of Battle. With the update for 1.5, there is a lot of really strong ones coming in with that. So, yeah, they definitely deserve to be up here. Arc Rifles as well. Arc Rifles, I am absolutely loving. Now, I know they have a glitch at the moment where they sometimes will miss, but once that glitch is fixed, then it won't be too bad. Like I think that's going to add a lot to them. Yeah, once they've got that fixed, because I reckon once they fix the hit chance, I might be able to do a unfair solo operative run, doing operative grand strategist, but I'm really gonna have to test that. Oh, how could I forget bolt pistols? Hot trash. I hate them so much. I can't believe I missed them in pistols. So the problem with bolt pistols is very high reload costs, requires exotic talents, low ammo capacity, and fairly low damage. Little one, no shouting, please. Okay. Good girl. But yes, so I would definitely say that, yeah, bolt pistols, absolute worst. So this is going to be all over the place. It's going to be as I spot things as I see them. So why don't we hit up a bit of melters, because I'm thinking about it. So the Aldari melters, single shot only, require exotic talent, hot trash. Regular melters, yeah, also hot trash, require talents, but I would say better than this, but definitely worse than this. So yeah, melter rifles, hot trash. There are also Drukhari blast pistols. Yes, the Drukhari blast pistols. Yeah, also hot trash. High AP costs. Yeah, I don't recommend them at all. The Inferno pistols are better just because they're more AP efficient. Yeah, they have shorter range, but way more AP efficient. What else? We've got flamers in here. We've got the blast rifles themselves as well. Also terrible. also terrible. Yeah, there's no real advantage going them for like the dark light stuff or the blast pistols. I do not rate those guys at all. Yeah, we've also got, well, burst is obviously going to be bad in all of these, but there's no real upgrades to the shuriken catapults, so they're kind of bad. Now, when it comes to the actual cannons as well, I think, yeah, if we look at the rune cannon and the exotic one, they require special talents, so they're not as good as the regular like heavy stubber, I would say. So they are good. Obviously, you can get the extra perception-based bonus damage to each shot on the rune cannon. You can get the extra 20% per dot there, but heavy stubbers are better just because they don't require all that talent investment. Dark light rifles, the hex rifles, also hot trash. Actually, no, bolt pistol needs to be at the bottom. It really does. It really does. Lad snipers, also really good, but I would say not as good as the Aldari ones, because the lad sniper rifles, whilst you only have one early game and then one end game, because there's no direct upgrade path, they kind of drop off in the middle game, but they're still very useful, and the extra hit chance and the fact that it's so useful in Act 1, they are good. They are very good. I to be fair, I might be giving them too much credence because of the fact that you have access to the exalted one. So actually, whilst they are good, If there was more upgrades between Act 1 and Act 4, I would definitely go for it. So yeah, multi-melter, hot trash. It requires so much investment to do absolutely nothing. So yeah, that one can go down there. As for splinter rifles, so the Drakari splinter rifles, they're not bad. They're not bad, but they do require a lot of investment. So again, I'm going to put them in here. Better than the Shuriken ones, because at least you have some upgrade ones. You've obviously got some of the pseudo-sniper ones that can be very build-specific. But yeah, they're not bad at all. Las rifles, with the update, I would say las rifles are top of the above average. They are really, really good. Really, really strong, especially with the rate of fire gear and obviously having access to Aston Time Commander. And there's just constant upgrades to them. So I think they're really powerful. Now, if we put in just the regular, like the auto ones, I would say that they're kind of better than all, like the actual ones that require exotic talents to use. Yep, bolters, absolutely fantastic as well. Like, I love the bolters. I wish there was more for the upgrade pass, but yeah, they are really strong. Now, when it comes to flamers, I would say flamers, they're not bad, but they're definitely only average. Yeah, they require exotic talent that stops them kind of being good, and they can't be used in melee range, so they do need a little bit of love. Webbers, yeah, build specific, not very, very useful at all. The combi melter, and the flamer, also, yeah, it's just beard. I would say it's probably better than, say, these, but it has very low ammo capacity, so it makes it not very, very useful at all. Shotguns, absolutely fantastic. Great for crowd kill. It does drop off end game, but it is going to be better than all of those. Shotguns, absolutely fantastic. Yep. No surprises here. Heavy bolter, also fantastic. Heavy flamer, yeah, I'd say it's really good. I wouldn't really put it above these guys. But yeah, heavy flamers, they're really strong. They're really strong. Now, as for plasma rifles, again, they're also very strong, but they're strongest on Pascal, which kind of holds them back. So I'd say that they outperform a lot of average stuff, but their main issue is it's very Pascal specific. But I have tried it on a general soldier and general operative, and it's still good, and there's some really good endgame options. And because of the extra rate of fire, it's actually going to perform better than a lot of stuff that you'll see and you'll have access to. I kind of want to move the heavy stubber up now that I think about it, because I actually think the heavy stubber, especially with the right build, is probably... yeah, I would say it's probably the top of above average. They are really good. It's not quite in the same league as... yeah, it's not quite in the same league as, like, the heavy bolters. The heavy bolters are insane, but the heavy stubbers are very good. But, yeah, I'd say, yeah, Eldari guns are mostly shafted, aside from the long rifles. The long rifles are really good. All flamers are average. It's kind of, I'd say the heavy flamer is kind of what boosts it. The heavy flamer, because obviously you've got the effect to set the entire battlefield on fire. There's a lot of stuff you can do with concentration. Obviously, it directly benefits from priests now. So heavy flamer is pretty good. But there's really heavy flamer, the DLC 1 flamer, and Judex. So there's only 3 of them, and all 3 of them are good. So they're definitely above average when you compare them to regular normal flames. They also get breaking power in, and they also get overpower. So they have access to a lot of stuff, and they're not a soldier. Like, you can do a lot with them. Like, you can easily get 1,000, 2,000 damage on them. But yeah, Weber's still, I would say, build specific. Let's see how we want to move some of these. So, Stub Carbine, the fact that you don't need talents is kind of why I've moved these up. I'll probably move this down because you need a specific talent for it. Pretty crazy divide on melee versus range and what's above average. Yeah, well, melee, it's got so much going on for it. Like, obviously, the crit damages are very good on here. Same with that. The las pistols. No, but it's a burst though. It's still a burst. I might say just because you don't need special talents from it, I might have to move las pistols up to the top of average. The main issue with las pistols is there is a big gap between where they get upgrades. So you get the basic las pistol in Act 1, well, the prologue. You get the hotshot las pistol got moved to at the end of Act 1, which is really good. And you get a second one in Act 2. And then as you get into Act 4, Act 3, you get the beggar's weapon. Act 4, you get the quick shot las pistol, the soul pattern las pistol. You can get 2 of those, and you also have access to the Mars hotshot las pistol. So las pistols are really, really, really strong. But yeah, but you can't really. The problem is they're burst only, so they can be a bit bad versatility. Like I'm tempted to move them up a little bit actually, because they are really, really good. But the thing is, that means I then have no pistols in average. I can't say all pistols are above average. So I would say, no, the Ripper pistol, they do outperform las pistols. The revolvers, they also outperform las pistols. The shotgun, yeah, I'd say the shotgun faux hammer is also really good at cloud clearing. Yeah, shotguns have super good upgrade flow, which is why I put las rifles, bolt rifles sort of all up here. The only reason the bolt rifle is below the las rifle is that it requires an exotic one. Yeah, Weber's, they're a niche build at the bottom here. Yeah, shotguns are just super good because you just don't need anything for them. They just go, and so they're really strong. Chain axes, yep, they are one of the strongest melee weapons. Same with the hammers. I'm tempted to swap them about, to be fair. Like, yeah, I think I like that more. But yeah, I think I like the heavy hammers better than I like the swords. Power swords are obviously fantastic. Power picks also really, really good. But chain swords, they kind of drop off a little bit. Yep, Drukhari, Aldari snipers. Aldari snipers, yep, really good. I like that there. Yep, I like that up here. Plasma, so for single shot weapons, I definitely think that this is a good place. They do feel very good to use, and especially with the extra attack economy, they really help operative that has low attack economy, but they're at the bottom of above average because, yeah, sniper rifles are obviously very strong. I actually can't think of too many good solid burst weapons going later, so I'm actually going to move that down a little bit. Yeah, no, I think that's looking better. Web cannons in trash where it belongs. No, this is niche build. So this is specific. Like, if you're doing an operative only run, Webbers are king, because it's the only thing stopping things getting you to kill you. If you're doing an execution operative, then you're going to want the antagonizing splinter pistols. And yeah, the Commissar Act can only be used by Pascal. So, and it does give passive 15 to 1 skill. It's not usable without heavy buffs, but yeah. Don't you consider plasma for a niche build? Asking because I know they're really good with Pascal. So you can use it on operative and soldier and warrior and blade dance, and they all benefit for it. Because say you use a fleet combat training navy officer, you can still use that offhand, and it's still 2 attacks per turn. Now, if we're talking about purely Pascal, then this is up here. Like, if it's for Pascal, they're here. But if we're considering for all builds, it's down here. Because there's a new bug for Pascal that when he reloads with the new reload talent that costs 0 AP, yeah, he gets he gets some extra stuff. Chain swords, are we saying that we want to move chain swords down? Now there's an interesting argument. Let's check in game for this. So let's do a quick all weapons spawn here so we can have a look at everything. So we're going to give all items, and let's see. Let's make a decision if we need to move chainswords down, would we say? Because I think there are some really good chainswords in the game. So naturally, Rough St. Drusus is very good for the early game. Basic chainsword is fine. The Rise Pan chainsword upgrade you get is obviously really solid. High armor pen, really high damage, and they do extra crit damage. The Anvar Chainsword is really overpowered for whilst you have it. Elite Chainsword's not bad to go with it. Then, what else do we have? Soulpan Chainsword's not too bad early game. But, I think, yeah, if it stops at Riserpan Chainsword, I think you might be right. I think we might want to move it down. Because if that's the last Chainsword, then there's no end game version. Craven's Bane is obviously a two-handed. Actually, no, I think you're right. I think we should move Chainswords down to, down to average. Because, well, there's also Harbinger of Carnage. But that one you can only get if you do specific stuff with Caligos. So let's compare that to some of the power swords. So if we look at Epiphany, also good, resets charges, so that's very strong. Triumph of Faith ignores deflection, insanely strong, with also 50% armor pen. Then we've got obviously auto striking power sword, which is obscene in itself. Carcassonne's Honor, never really used that, to be fair. Noble Sword, fantastic. Watcher from Above, another fantastic, but that's actually a primitive sword. I just spotted that. Interesting. What other swords we got in here? So these are going to be primitive swords. Technically, primitive swords are stuff like Whispering Mercy. It's not really a power. It's Blade Sword. But no, how do we feel about, say we grab something like Auto Striking Power Sword and just sort of compare the rough damage. It's basically the same, but without an ability. So, yeah, the Rise Pattern Chainsword. So it's obviously less, same armor penetration, but no effect to it. And if we look at Harbinger of Chaos, again, same damage, but no ability and less armor pen. I think most builds end up dropping them for Drakari weapons. Agree on moving chainswords down. So power swords, I think, are going to be held up by the fact that they obviously get that extra 10% armor pen. So 40% armor pen, or sometimes it's 60. And the fact that there's just two really powerful ones for them, with the fact that you've got one that ignores deflection, Triumph of Faith, which will have 60% armor pen as well. Yeah, I think we can make... Yeah, I think we can make... I think because there's nothing really special at the end of the game. No, I think I can agree. So let's... I'd say... But on that note, we should move power picks down. Because again, there's no... I don't think there's really an end game option for them. So if we pop back over to here... If we look at power picks... So power picks... Smiter, low armor pen. Ignore the... Oh, wait. This weapon ignores target's armor and deflection. Okay, that's actually really strong. This weapon has an extra attack action, which increases the armor penetration of subsequent attacks. Made against the same target by 1. Yeah, LD pattern. Improved power pick. Nope, I'm moving power picks back up. Power pick needs to go back up. Now that I've actually read the effects again. They're really strong. Maybe... Alright, so... I might actually move them behind here and behind here. No, faux hammers do drop off a little bit. I didn't know that one was in the game. Yeah, the power picks are actually really, really strong. They're stronger than I give them credit for. It's just because no one wants to use a power pick. They don't read their abilities. Smiter's one that you get. I think it's from the Sire encounter. Power pick is fine. It's horrendously powerful when you get one at like pre-Aurora. Yeah. The reason I want to keep two-handed swords up there is there's some really strong power swords. And actually, we should check if they are actually power swords. So, Voice of Perudium. Yep, that one's really strong. And it's got a really big AoE arc. So, that's like the bulk standard one. Power Claymore's good when you have it. Wasteland Twister's good when you have it. Restless Abolition is also really strong. So, yeah, really high damage on that one. But Righteous Justice being the top of power swords, Yeah. So you can ignore the dodge of Xenos, Demons, and Psychers. That's all of Act 4 and Act 5. You can ignore deflection of Xenos, Demons, and Psychers, yeah? And you can ignore all armor. So this thing is insane. It's definitely above average. And as for, like, the power hammers, obviously you've got stuff like Bone Cracker, which, again, is a successful basic attack made with this mace, inflicts a random trauma on the target. Insane. The LD pattern one, very high damage. You've got the industrial hammers, also very great when you have it. Then you've got stuff like Hammer of Epiphany, also very good. The Risepan Thunderhammer, also very good. The Marspan Thunderhammer, also very, very good. Emperor's Will, also very, very good, because you can just do AoE stuns. Piety's Charge, another really good one. Massive collision damage, can knock everything prone. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that keeps them really good and relevant. Obviously, I didn't include Craven's Bane because it's the only two-handed chainsword, but yeah, wasn't really worth including that one just on its own. So no, I think you're right. We can move chainswords down. I'd like to keep power picks up with power swords because they're a lot stronger than given credit for. Bow hammers do drop off a little bit. But then you have the rack and you have the ruin, and okay, no, they can come back up because Bone Cracker's also insane. Yeah, now that I remember it, Bone Cracker's also insane. This one is borderline build specific because it's a single shot weapon and nothing really benefits it, but its talents do make it quite useful. I might just move it slightly below the heavy flamer. A Death Cult two-hand is also a power sword, and they have misfortune of having almost wiped the entire last 5 Act 4. Yeah, you do get those quite late. Now, it's funny because the Power Axe is in strongest weapons because it's literally one of them is the strongest single-hand weapon in the game, but overall I'd say that they're less useful than some of the other ones you get. So yeah, las rifles I think are in a great spot there. Heavy stubbers very good. Bolters also very, very good. They shall weep's good, but the problem that holds bolters back is the fact they need exotic talents. Anything else I would meet? Yeah, these hot trash. Yeah, I'd say that actually I might even say that just the regular knives is better than the Vindicators because you don't need a special talent for them. Obviously, the Aldari ones are better because you do get to stack your agility damage. So I'd probably move them above here. I might even just say the regular knife is better than these guys because of the high AP costs. Yeah, being burst, they're just strong anyway, but there's no real upgrade to them. Strong equals melee and or psych Argenta basically. Yeah, because melee is a lot stronger than what it is, and obviously you can make that yourself with some of the builds. I guess I don't see a lot using chain axes. Yeah, the problem with chain axes is, let's have a little look in game. What are the chain axes that stand out that isn't Carnage? Because there's some good power axes that you see throughout, and some okay primitive ones. Then obviously this thing is the strongest thing in the goddamn game because it uniquely stacks strength and toughness. So the higher they are, the more you do. So it's really, really strong. But now if we look at some chain axes, what are the chain axes? So you've got the Thrill of the Hunt, meh. Hardened chain axe, meh. Like, it's okay. Like, they're obviously better than chain swords, but they don't have the parry bonus. But realistically, the only thing that you're really using them for is Carnage. Because Carnage is insane. Because Carnage 40% armor pen, and each successful hit of this axe increases the critical damage of the axe by 25% until the end of combat. And with the extra 25% critical they get as well. So, yep. Obviously, there's some really insane Jakari daggers, like Heart Piercer, but you don't get that till Act 5. But there's a lot of great power mauls, like a lot of great power mauls. So yeah, some of them are just like really high damage. Some of them will inflict special statuses. And there's constant upgrades for them. Like, there's a lot more upgrades for them than people realize as they go through the game. Yeah, there's one craft world power swords, kind of. But yeah, even like Tormentor of the Chastened. Torturer. I'm tempted to actually move the power hammers above power swords if they're not already. Because yeah, you can get stunned and staggered being thrown onto there. Obviously, heavy maul is just fantastic because it can increase attack economy. Balance maul, fantastic for when you get it because of the special abilities. Yeah, Sanguine Thirst, another great one that you get at the end of the game. But yeah, 3 times strength bonus, damage to bleeding targets, really, really strong. Especially if you use it with, yeah, you can actually use it by doing a bleeding attack, and the Fleet Combat Training didn't do an offhand attack. I think chain axes should go down. I don't think you can, because chain axes are just too strong. Because if you look at them all, they're all very high armor pen and very high damage, and they just constantly come in at very strong. So even the basic chain axe you have here, you get access to the upgrade one very, very quickly, the Mars pattern, because you can get those straight out after Footfall as well. So in Footfall, you're seeing the chain axe, which is just already stronger than like most chainswords you've seen. You immediately get an upgrade. You can then get stuff like Wrath of the Rabble very quickly and easily. You can get Thrill of the Hunt, obviously, fairly easily as well. But yeah, Carnage is one of the strongest weapons in the game. So they're definitely above chainswords. I think that's the point where you have to distinguish them. But let's have a look at power mauls. So yeah, power mauls definitely above them. I might actually move the chain axes below the power hammers, but keep it above power swords, because it's a very specific power sword. No, I think also because they have access to dual wielding. I think dual wielding definitely makes it a little bit more valuable. Yeah, because then you have access to all the other stuff that you can use it with. But I'm open to hear arguments moving chain axes down. Now, do we want to move snipers above here because of that? Not sure, because snipers have had their crit damage fixed. So I'm tempted to do it more like this. And move Jukari burst weapons down. Because it's only one people like, which is Deadshot and the Quick Eye one. At the same time, I'm also tempted to move Flamers down, just because you can't really use them in melee. Ah, but then I've got no area weapons in here. So no, because Flamers are better than... they're not as good as shotguns, but they are better than melters. So Flamers would be the definition of average. The only argument I have against it is lack of variety, but that's a non-problem, to be honest. Yeah, you just constantly get a steady stream of them, and it's not like you don't get more than one. You'll get like 10 plus of each of those variants. So they're not in short supply, that's for sure. But yeah, as far as the heavy ones go, yeah, these are the average. And yeah, I'd say that one there. Love chain axes with Veilblood offhand. That extra hit is brutal. Yeah, no, I think that's very good for fleet combat training. Yep, so that's a two-hander in average. Now, putting a chain above a heavy weapon, that's a big ask as well, now that I look at it. Yeah, Melter's still ass. These still ass. These still ass. Obviously just really bad. Too many mechanics have Optive, it sucks. Yeah, well, hopefully Optive gets a big boost and suddenly it becomes amazing. But how are we thinking about this? So this is kind of where my thoughts are on the current yeah. Didn't DLC introduce flamethrower attached to a chainsword? Where is it? Hot trash, below average. It's right down here. Because there's no build in the game that can use melee and flamers at the same time. Flamer can't be used in close quarters, so if you go into melee, you're stuck there and you can't shoot the flamer. It's hot trash. It's so trash. Yeah. Basically, you can turbo buff to make all of these usable, but they're not good. They're not good, that's for sure. Yeah. Yep. Oh, I see it below average for real. Yeah, no, they're really bad. I think it's really fair. Something important to know is that everything in above strongest just have great upgrade flow, which makes them better to use. Well, yeah, because funny enough, the heavy bolter you get at the start of Act 2, and then it becomes the strongest weapon in the game until the improved heavy bolter in Act 4. So there's no point that these two guns aren't relevant, even though there's literally two of them, the heavy bolter and the improved heavy. But they always ridiculous, and they never stop being ridiculous. Because if I've still got my shorts here, we only just need to look at whatever Argenta does with it to make our case. So that's why it's there. So there's Mirashi, Commissar, does operative no. But if I just grab a little clip it here of my Argenta. Okay, so we don't need me talking here, but there's never a point where this thing isn't just insane, because like I said, the heavy bolters, especially with the priest rework and on any arc militant, like if you're doing a heavy build, there's no reason not to use the heavy flamer, because the flamer itself can set up a lot of what you're doing, and the heavy bolters, they're just always so good, and especially the improved heavy, just increasing its shit. Just yeah, the damage that you just got going in there always, and you're doing that from footfall in Act 2. So yeah, if you use the arc militant, would that make the flamer chainsaw useful? Not really, because if you go warrior or blade dancer into arc militant so you can use the flamer to get the extra to hit, you've got no tier 1 talents to boost the flamer, so the flamer doesn't have concentrated fire, doesn't have point blank, so it's not that strong. Then if you do it the other way around, you have no melee talents to make it useful, and you can't survive. You're moving to melee, you can't shoot the flamer, you can do a melee attack, but you have no boost, and then you just die. So yeah, there's never a good point for where that's good. Argenta being the basis on whether a bolt flamer is good or bad should be a meme by now. But yeah, well, it's not even Argenta specific. Like I've done heavy gunner builds with Astra Militarum Commander, and the heavy bolter and the improved heavy bolter was insane on that. Any priest build, yeah, it's going to be insane. But any fortress world build, also going to be insane. You can probably if you can make a crime lord fortress world heavy bolter build, and it's going to out damage every other burst option you have. Like yeah, soldier, arc militant, heavy bolter, it's always going to be obscene, even with or without Argenta. Priest, now it just being biz for priest, yeah, that's also there. Yeah, plasma pistols are pretty good, but now that I think about it, am I really saying no? I guess because of the attack economy, that is really useful. I'm tempted to move plasma down, but it is still really good. The problem plasma has is the fact that it could be better depending on the build it's on. With buffs, it can be really strong. I'm tempted to move them down. But if I move them down, I'd also need to move arc rifles down. And at the same time, I would argue plasma rifles are better than the Aldari sniper rifles. Plasma, I'd say arc has to be below plasma because it's currently bugged. But as far as single shots go, yeah, las pistol versus plasma pistol. Yeah, that is. That is a very good point. Nope, you do make a good point. Because if we just put that into this tier, when you think about it, it does just move straight up there. Because obviously the quick shot lad's pistol, soul pattern lad's pistol, the Mars pattern lad's pistol, it's now just insanely powerful. What's bugged about arc rifles, they can just randomly miss even on a 100% hit chance. So attacks that aren't meant to be able to miss can just miss. So yeah, if we set plasma pistols as the average, then arc... Ooh, I'm tempted just to move plasma and arc down. Because now that I think about it, they're better than sniper rifles, but they're not really outperforming a lot of this tier up here. So I'd still keep Drukhari knives up because they're quite strong, but let's move the two-handers down because not many people are directly building into the two-handers for here. And because it requires exotic, I think, no, that's actually a good reason to move it down. Yeah, heavy flamers I still like there. They're mostly here because they don't require additional talents. Like power pick, it just comes in. It's just good. Like it's better than it has any right at being. It's almost like arc should be good but bugged section. Yeah. And I would say just because you require specific talents, let's swap these around. Because whilst it can be stronger, it does require specific talents. And the later ones, yeah, that while strong, again, they're just a bit weird. I think this is more fair so far. Yeah, this only sneaks up in there because of some of the really cool effects that they have, and they have constant upgrades now. Agree with those moves, good weapons, but they need a lot of talent to truly get them up and running. Yeah, and the problem is they drop off endgame. Like, unless it's Pascal specific, they do drop off. So the more that I think about it, the more that, no, I agree. Two-handers being average isn't the fault of a weapon itself. It's more on the game design, which rewards dual wielders and attack action economy. Yeah. Yeah, that's why a lot of them are average. It's because you do more for less from the smaller ones, and they have a lot of the better abilities in gear. Who would use the Drukhari and Aldari two-handers, really? Yiralit and Maz, surely. Mirashi, yes, and Cabela. Cabela, there's no reason not to use them, because you normally build for Drukhari anyway. So Cabela would use them, and some of them have really good abilities that I always put on Cabela, but I just never use because there's not swapping unless you're trying to do a really big area hit. Also, Mirazhai has that insane dodge one that you can do where you can turn bleed into dodge. Yeah, they're mandatory on Mirazhai as a secondary if you want to have insane dodge. Because if I quickly pop over to Reddit, just to get a screenshot that I posted on there. So with Mirazhai, you do need the Drukhari two-handers to do this. Because, yeah, that dodge comes from this clave. So it turns bleed to dodge. And then you've got his gloves that turns his attacks to armor. And this is turn 1. So you can do this just bulk standard with Mirazhai. Just be going at it. Kibbles almost always takes Drukhari weapon efficiently. Makes sense. All blade dancers want to be using Drukhari, even if they're not going for executioner, just because they can double stack agility with them, so they can finesse just makes them really, really strong. And the effects on them just make them better than the Aldari ones, so there's no reason to go into Aldari because it just limits what you have access to, and they're just worse. So, Now, some of these claves also have good effects. And just being two-handed, that can stack agility. That is actually really good. I kind of want to move regular snipers above these two just because of how much investment and the fact that you can only get them in Act 3. Now, Long Lads is really good, but like I said, you don't get the Exalted Long Lads until endgame. We're going to be looking at the average section for days. These tier lists are tough. Yeah, wait to see the endgame weapons. I'm still in Act 3. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that just doesn't upgrade for a long while, and it becomes very noticeable that you're not seeing upgrades. It's like the Inferno pistols. The Inferno pistols are actually good melter pistols. Because you can get one in the prologue, you can get one in Act 2, and then you don't see any more to Act 5. So there's just no upgrade route for them. No, it's I'm going for Navy Sword gun build, although Swashbuckler gun dots look sick. Yeah, it's really strong. But yeah, because you can use that, and especially if you just put in an offhand burst only pistol, it's really, really strong. So yeah, we've reevaluated where the pistols are because all of the pistols are really strong. Might need by act tier list. We have to consider the entire level process really because at the end of the day there is no end game. The game is as you play through. But there's constantly good las rifle upgrades. So you have the basic las rifle that you see in the prologue or Act 1, depending on what class you are. You then have the modified las pistol at the end of Act 1. You then get the precise las pistol straight away in Act 2. Then if you go to Janus, you immediately get the hot shot las pistol. Then you've got the Swarm Protector, which you can then pick up in the open area worlds. You've got one of the Soul Pattern hot shot las pistols, which is again very, very good. You've got even then towards the end game, the Necron-Tech las rifles. Yeah, the implacable Tempest, the hot shot las varieties, they're all there's not a single one of them that's bad. And if you're playing Astral Militarum Commander, they just keep going and they're so strong. By Act 4, you're technically unbeatable. That's true, especially if you're not using buffers. That's why I try to think, when does it come online? Because ideally, you want your build to be online in Act 1 immediately and to progressively get stronger. You don't want to be waiting to Act 4 for your build to be online. And that's kind of why I don't value the Shuriken Cannon and the Splinter Cannon as much, because yeah, they just don't come online too much later. The Long Lads you get like in Act 1, and then you get like 3 of them in Act 2, and you get a couple more like split out into Act 3 as well, because there's lots of them you can get. But the upgrade for them isn't until Act 5, which is crazy. I've been pretty unbeatable for most of Act 2, as well as Argenta and Heinrichs anyway. Yeah, like once Argenta and Heinrichs has access to these two weapons, they're unstoppable. Yeah, the extra damage on enemy armor, but I use heavy armor strip as it is. But yeah, no, heavy stub is also very good. Though you do need to make some very questionable story choices to get the best one, because you have to betray the arbiters in Act 4, and I'm not about that life. But the advanced heavy stub is good. The heavy stub is good. So you have an Act 2 and you have an Act 4 version. Calibrated heavy stubber can be used for very specific builds, but you've obviously got the Enforcer's Cannon and the Stolen Auto Cannon. So they do quite well. I'm tempted to even move it down a little bit now that I've discussed that. Yeah, because the upgrades between them are a little bit slower than I would like now that I think about it. Yeah. Yeah, now that I just said it all out loud, the upgrade's a little bit slower than I'd like. Black Cassia and Chainsaw Heinrichs Psych trivializes 99% of fights. Yep. As soon as you got... Well, even before then, if you use the Sororitas boots on Cassia, you can use Lidless Stare, and you can just kill 5 enemies after stacking them up, and you can find a style from the start of Act 2, literally from football. If you metagame hard enough, it's not a strategy I use, because I find that stream would get bored if that's all I did. But yeah, if you just point of curiosity, then double the stare, you always score a finest hour. And then, yeah, you just set up and you just win with Heinrichs or Argenta in a single turn. Okay, so are we happy? Is there anything we think should move up or down? Potentially, because this is build specific, we could... I'm really not sure which side I want this on. Yeah. Oh, I just realized. Oh, wait, yeah, regular daggers. I've put below average. But now that I think about it, we need a baseline dagger. Well, daggers do kind of suck. We do need a baseline one. But then again, because there's nothing special about them, I actually think we can just leave them down here because it's just a sword. It's just a worse sword. Honestly, happy with this. Good divide makes overall. What with the las gun is above average. So las guns are really, really good. So las guns have constant upgrades that are just, it always keeps them relevant. There's no point where las gun's not relevant, especially with Astra Militarum Commander. So you've got, let's go find the basic las gun. So that's well maintained. So you got the basic las gun, which oh wait, let me fix my rate of fire here. So yeah, the basic las gun is going to have 4 rate of fire, 5 to 7 damage, pretty good, and it's got extra dodge reduction. You then, in Act 1, you'll get the modified las gun, which again, good armor pen, good armor reduction, 5 to 12 damage, pretty good. And for a soldier burst, that's 8 shots, so that's really strong. With a Astra Militarum Commander, you can be doing 10 shots or more. Then as soon as you get into Act 2, you get the Hotshot las gun, which has insane armor pen, and again, 11 damage up to, 30 damage reduction, really low recoil as well. You can be doing 8 shots with no ray of fire gear, but then you can you get that 40% boost on top. So if you're using a Astra Commander, that's getting close to 10. You've then got the next upgrade, which is the Swarm Protector. So Swarm Protector is limited to Iconoclast. In a little bit, sweetie. I'm almost done. So then you've got this one, which again, up to 13, armor penetration 30%, and you can also stack resolve. So if you use Master Tactician, it's very good, or just any build in general. Then in Act 3, you get the Trophy las gun, which I think a lot of people forget the Trophy las gun, but that is also thick. So this one's only got 3, but it's, again, it goes up to 14. And it's got 20 armor percent, so it's also really good. And its max ammo is 30, but this is when you start getting rate of fire gear. So you will get the Gloves of Rapid Desolation, so you can turn that into a 4-shot and then still have all the extra bonuses on top. You then, as you get into the next acts, you'll have stuff like the Archaeotech las gun, which is it's okay, but the better one you're gonna get is obviously the Implacable Tempest, which again 15 to 24. You do extra damage to enemies based on ballistical bonus if they have higher armor. And you're going to get access to stuff like the Compensator gloves, and you're getting close to being able to do 20-shot burst default if you're using Astra Militarum Commander. You then got stuff like Mars Pan las gun when you do pick that up. But there's also another Hotshot las gun. Where is it? It's another two-handed one. Where are you? Those are the sniper rifles. So some of the Retobi Pan ones aren't bad, but the reason that the physical ones aren't as good as they empty their ammo too quickly, so you end up having to reload them much quicker. Where there's another las rifle I'm thinking of before we get to the end game ones. Where are you? So that's the Declan Tech one. That's the end one. There should be another one, because there's another Hotshot las rifle. Where is it? Should be a black one. Mars pattern. Ah, here we go. Retobi pattern, Hotshot las rifle. So yeah, you got another rate of fire 4 one here, which, let's move you over. So this one, obviously it's worse than it, but it is another option that you have to that someone else could be using that. I don't get the point of this one because obviously same ammo capacity, same rate of fire, same recoil, and you get this one later. I think it might be an issue that it's weaker than the regular hotshot las gun. But yeah, you do have constant upgrades, and eventually you will just upgrade into the Necron-Tech one. And when you have rate of fire gear, like, it does stack really, really high, especially if you have the compensated gloves. If I swap over to my endgame save file, just so you can see sort of what you're looking at on these numbers, I've probably got a save where I was actually testing it out. That was confident approach test. Where's my Astra Militarum commander? There's Pyro Xe, Xavier. I think, yeah, this was, I think, was my Astra Militarum commander chest, was this Navy officer. Problem overlap with Gear of Argenta. But no, not really, because the fact that you can do Astra Militarum Commander, you don't overlap with Gear of Argenta at all, because you use Gloves of Rapid Desolation, and you use the Temperis Carapace Elite Backpack, which Argenta doesn't have access to. And because it's 4 shots and under, that's where it comes in. Which one are you? Ah, other one. So technically, you don't overlap gear with her at all. So the save I'm looking for is before then. That's Pyro, Vendor. So it's going to be before then. Xeno Heresy test. That's a different heavy gunner build. Sorry, I do a lot of tests. So I'm just trying to find the correct build. Technically, I could even just use Argenta to show you, just for her rate of fire, because it's actually different gear that she uses. So if I can't find the specific gear that I'm looking for, I'll just quickly go to the end of the game and just show you what her rate of fire looks like. That's me testing out my other thing there. I'll just pop over here and I'll show you. And because she actually uses different gear, so it doesn't overlap. I've never used lasgun builds, but I've always assumed all laser weapons were considered lads, excluding the Aldari and Drakari ones. I may be completely wrong. Yeah, it's a specific one because they have extra dodge reduction. Funny enough, I can actually show you on my Commissar on this one as well. Because, yeah, he won't get the extra rate of fire for not being in full cover, but you'll be able to see that he uses different gear. So if we have a little look at my Commissar here. So if I look at Argenta, she's obviously got the compensator gloves and the tactical backpack, as well as her own unique helm. So this stuff and even her armor isn't going to overlap with what you do. And her basic, she changes the improved heavy bolter from a 6 to a 10 before you're actually in combat. Now, if I swap over to my Commissar, so he's using the Temperis Carapace Elite Backpack, which can boost weapons that have rate of fire 4 or lower, as well as Gloves of Rapid Desolation to get a +1 in here. So if I go to him and I grab one of the las rifles, so this is a legit save, by the way, so there's nothing going on funky here. So yeah, if we throw that in there, that's going to have a rate of fire 7. Trophy las gun can have a rate of fire 6, no problem. And then you're going to have stuff like the... Where is it? Where's my hotshot las rifle? Did I sell the hotshot? I sold the hotshot? Gross. I might need to quickly spawn it just so I can show it. The hotshot las rifle is so good. I can't believe I sold it on this build. I guess because I wasn't using anyone with two-handers. Marspan shotgun. Hotshot las gun. Yeah, it's probably because I just wasn't using it on this setup. But even if you look at this one towards the end of the game... Oh, there's the Necron-Tech. I blind. Yeah, you get 6 of these bastards. You get loads of those. I swear I just added it to his inventory. Where'd it go? Well, actually, I've got a Necron-Tech one, so I can just throw that on as well. But yeah, like this one, rate of fire 7, and this is about the 40% armor increase. So obviously you're going to have 50% to hit there. You'll get 40% on top of that, and especially if you use Astral Military Commander, you can use Field of Fire. That every attack you make also builds it up as well. So yeah, for Soldier, it's just really good. And Fortress World, you get lots of extra attacks coming in with it. Swarm Protector as well is obviously going to be very good for building up your resolve. So Master Tacticians are going to really benefit from these guys. There's never a point where las rifles drop off, and a lot of the other guns, they do just drop off at times. And yeah, especially with Astral Military Commander, it's a very good alternative to going heavy, and it doesn't have all the talent investment that you need. Like, to actually build Argenta's Heavy Bolter on a Fortress Welder is incredibly hard, because you've got, obviously, bolt weapon efficiency, improved bolt weapon efficiency, heavy proficiency, then you need breaking point, and you need overpower. So that's 5 extra talent costs, whereas Lavis Rifle doesn't need those. It doesn't need any of those. So it just kind of goes in. It's kind of the reason why they're just so solid. It's like a bolt rifle will actually outdamage it, but it's still got an extra 2 talent cost on it. And the fact is that it does compete for gear with Argenta, whereas the las rifles don't. They can do. Like, I could easily, and what's funny is, I could actually, from this one, if I did take Argenta's gear, I could make it even better, is the other part. So if you were competing with gear, because obviously you can take the Gunslinger's Helm to get rate of fire extra damage. And then if I grab the gloves, which normally, obviously I'm not going to. But yeah, and then it's now a 9. So, because you can stack both the Temperis Cowplay Sleep Backpack and the Compensator Gloves. And there's lots of really good gear for it as it goes through the game. What happened to... I think it was a pistol. Did I spawn the pistol? Yeah, no, Hotshot Les Gun. It said I did. Don't know why I didn't spot it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, because even that, like, 9 rate of fire, 40% armor pen, and you have this from Janus. So that's... It's just always going to be good. Yeah, and then you burst fire that, and that's up to 18. So it's never going to do you badly. And it's like, I think just passively, my one's 50% because of a lot of the talents that I've picked up from colony events. And then yeah, so the Gunslinger's Helm's going to go into it, and because the armor pen's so high, again. Oh, am I already using it? Yeah, Echo Victory. That's also going to be giving us another 26% more damage. Which build is this on the sheet? The Soldier Master Tactician? No, the actual best one for this, which I've probably not got on the sheet at the moment, is it would be an Arc Militant. So you can do this with Master Tactician, but Guard Astral Military Commander. This is the one that I've got on here at the moment. But that's the Master Tactician one. Lord Commander Militant. This is the heavy gun version. Dishonorable Discharge, Gunslinger Commander. So this one, because this one can actually use both rifle and pistol. So this is going to be the one. That's a bounty hunter. You can also make it as a Astral Military Commander Arc Militant. So that one's Grand Strategist. Company Commander. There we go. I had to make so many different versions. There's so many viable play versions of how to do it. I've just spent a good 10 minutes discussing the Icon Las Rifle. It's good. It's good. Yeah, so this one can use shotguns. It can use Las pistols. It can use Las rifles. Like, yeah. And if you think about it, because if you look at all these talents we've got in here, until about level 38, all of these are kind of mandatory. Like, you could drop suppression fire, but besides that, you've then got to fit in 3 talents, and all of these you definitely want. But you could put them there, and there to get into heavy guns. But then you also need the bolter one. So bolt. So it's not till level 43 you'd be able to be online with a heavy bolter. Whereas I'm already online over here. If you drop trench warfare for bolt proficiency here, and then you drop suppression fire for improved bolter, then yeah, you're online by level 29. But you could try to sneak in earlier, but you're just online slower. No, it's even pop rapid fire to an enemy scrambling. Plus, lasgun's dodge reduction is definitely good for Aldar. Yeah, it's fantastic for Act 3 if you're not heavily relying on buffers. So I don't know why lads rifles have such a sort of bad image, but whenever I've used them, I found them to be just absolutely fantastic. It's just none of the companions are really designed to use them. That might be why. Now, if Astra Militarum Commander gave 40% rate of fire to himself and allies that are in cover, then yeah, these would be sneaking up into here, like for sure. Whereas bolters, they can feel bad without recoil gear for a long time. Yes, at the end game, there's one bolter that will do more damage, but you get it in Act 5. I'm not going to say that bolters are better than las rifles when you get one weapon that's better in Act 5 when the other 140 hours las rifles just poop on them. This sort of thing, you know. But any other weapon classes that you think we should discuss before we finalize this? Because I think that this kind of goes without saying. It's just great. The only reason this is sneaking up is they both are really good in executioners, but overall, just melee psyker builds are probably going to lean more towards this than this. I think it's mainly rep for lads guns on T-top as well as the fluff. Yeah, potentially. These could have potential to be better, but they just kind of empty their clip on a single burst, and a lot of them just, yeah, there's not very many late game variants of them that are good. So they're a good representation of the average. Yep. So title tier list. Weapon tier list. Post 1.5 DLC to weapon tier list. Download, save. Poop. All right. Yep, we did it. This is. I'm pretty happy with this tier list. Yeah. I could see arguments for some people saying that this knife should go down, but the fact that if you're going to use any breakthrough build with knives, and especially on assassin, that this is just going to be infinitely better than even using chainswords, especially with the fact that you can stack agility. I'm going to have to heavily edit this for for the thing, especially because my daughter's only just left whilst giggling. Maybe I should go over and explain every point from bottom to top now that my daughters are no longer here playing. Our plasma pistol's really so low. You can get so many extra attacks off with the reload talent. Yeah, but they just drop off. They're just not, because they're single shot. So just because you're taking extra shots, they're not as good as area weapons that can kill whole areas of enemies, and they drop off at the same time. And burst ones are just infinitely stronger. Because demolition expert for soldier, it's one area attack you're going to make a round. And even then you can still explode. Like the top end of them. Now for Pascal's personally, yes, Pascal personally, very good. For any other build, not really. There's not a single build that is actually really good with plasma pistols. So my original Commissar run, if we have a little look at the sheet, so this is what I tested for a month before 1.5 came out, was actually this build. And I originally went with plasma weapons, but I quickly realized plasma was just weaker than burst and area. So faux hammer and burst pistol were just stronger. So yeah, I ended up just dropping off plasma. Like I just found that it was not doing as much. So I put in two paths, so you could do plasma or not plasma. But yeah, they didn't seem as strong. Melters are still ass. So yeah, let's set this up to record for YouTube, and we'll do a little blah blah. Yeah, there's that little logo. So let's do the fun little reading through, shall we? So we have been sat on stream with the many contributors and the wonderful people that have been popping in for this. So we've got currently 59 people in, and a lot of people have been active in going over and discussing it. So the stream will be able to go up for people to see. But we've been tier listing the weapons. So we spent a long time discussing it, and chat did actually get me to change quite a few placements for them. So rather than just say what I think is best and which is worst, because I always find that in a game where everything can be unfair, it's unfair to say something's unusable or not viable. So I went for strongest weapons, which are what considered OP, or one might even say meta. But again, if the second you throw in that word meta, it gets sort of like a dirty connotation and it upsets people. Don't know why, it's just a psychological response. But there's also niche specific things. So Webbers, even with the 5 new talents, I don't think are very good. The extra fire damage talent only applies to burning dots. It doesn't actually apply to flamers. So because of that, I don't think it's very good. But it is very niche build. Like there was a chap who's done a 6-man operative run, and Webbers kind of is what kept his party alive, but when he was going on max sliders for that. So that's why it's a niche build. Commissar axes, they would probably be the best 2-handers in the game if there was more of them and they had more abilities, but they're only usable by Pascal, and he's an operative, and operative shouldn't be in melee. It's not very good. As for the splinter pistols, they're very good for a gunslinger executioner build, but once again that's held back by the fact that you can only do that on an operative executioner. So you'll need pair holster, and you'll need to heavily compete with gear that your soldier range builds want. So it's very, very niche. Without a question of doubt, I would say that the worst gun tier and weapon type in the game is bolt pistols. High reload costs, low damage. The only good damage one is either 3 or 4 AP to reload. So I just think, yeah, they're really bad. And they sometimes only have 6 ammo capacity, or sometimes 8, meaning you can't even rapid fire them for a burst shot, and you're just constantly needing to reload. So all they do is drain your AP. Multi-melter, there's one in the game in Act 2, and then there's one in Act 5. The Act 5 one's pretty good, but overall they're terrible because melters are quite bad, need a buff. You've then got the Aldari melters, which are single shot only, and they require an exotic talent to have, so your chances are you're never going to want to use that over a sniper rifle. Needle pistols, again, single shot. Some of them have some good effects, but overall, because they're single shot, they're not really suited for any build in the game. The Neuro Disruptor, I believe there's like one that I can think of. There might be somewhere else you can get another one, especially in, say, Act 4 and some of the lab parts, but overall, you're not going to put them on any builds. They're not really that useful. Hex rifles are the same. It's Drukari single shot weapon. Single shot is the weakest thing in the game, so again, it's performing below average. Same with hand flamers. Hand flamers require an exotic talent, and they have very short range, not the best damage, not the best reload cost, can only be used on soldiers anyway. I would like to see them have a slight little buff, because I'd love to make like more Seraphim builds, especially if I was doing that with Argento, because having Argento with 2 hand flamers and then a bolter in the other set would be really fun, but overall not very useful from what I found. Same with the Vindicators. Vindicators don't suit a single build in the game. To use them, you need incredible amounts of buff from your party, and I don't really want to run 3 buffers to use a niche weapon. So yeah, if you go into melee with them to melee hit something and you don't kill it, you now can't shoot, and you're stuck in melee as a soldier, and you have no way to survive in melee as a soldier. If you do it the warrior way, you have no talents to armor pen or increase the damage with concentrated fire, or say demolition engineer. So again, it just doesn't suit any builds. Melters, they're just bad. Can't be used in close range melee, require exotic talents, high AP cost, low damage. So they're right down here. Same with blast pistols, high AP, require an exotic talent, but being a pistol, it's not too bad. The dark light stuff, it's a little bit bad because the damage is higher. Again, can't be used melee, requires exotic talents. You're never really going to directly use this. You might have that on a secondary if you're using Aldari rifles on a soldier build and you wanted a single attack for versatility building, but yeah, I don't really rate them very high. I've got the Aldari power swords, which will cover just the regular Aldari swords as well. There's only 2 I can think of, one in Act 3, and there's another one, I think in Act 2, the Fractal Blade. There's no reason to take talents to take them. Yes, finesse is really powerful, and that can make them very useful, but you have to take base skill or Xenos, Aldari proficiency, and then finesse to use them, and because they don't have any real usable effects, and there's no end game upgrades, bit of waste of your time. Same with the Aldari chainswords. there's one that you get in Act 2, and you can, a couple of Aldari will drop them, but there's no upgrades to them. They used to have the Mastercrafted one, but I haven't seen that drop for a while, so I don't know if that got moved or disabled, but again, you're not really going to build to that. Down here is knives. Knives are just worse swords. Yes, they do have good dodge reductions. You might use them early on as an assassin, but only on your way to get more perception and eventually going into Jakari daggers. Inferno pistols. The Corrupted Inferno pistol is one of the best weapons in the game. If you're going Heretic for the prologue in Act 1, fantastic weapon. 1 AP single shot, 1 AP area shot, but then there's no upgrades. You find one that's exactly the same but requires a proficiency in Act 2. Next upgrade isn't till Act 5. Unless you kill the companion, then you can get in Act 4, but you recruit that companion in Act 5, so you'd get it then. And the other one you get is in All Files Act 5 quest, like 10 minutes before the final boss. So again, they're just bad. There needs to be a lot more support and reworks done for melters. I'd like to see some of the love that shotguns got done to there, but something to make them a little bit different, because yeah, the game treats them as like an advanced shotgun, but that's not what they are. They're a beam based weapon that just literally melts armor. So the fact that they don't have the melting effect except from the Act 5 one doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, the Shuriken catapult burst weapon, really good, quite strong, especially with the new talent, which is deadly accuracy. But there's one and there's no upgrades, and you get them early Act 2, so you wouldn't really build for this, so it doesn't make much sense. Same with the Shuriken pistols. On paper, very good, but the only one who's really going to use them is Jane. She's not a soldier, so again, you wouldn't take the talents to build for this because there are other pistols that do more for less. The carbine weapons, so just single shot human weapons without sniper bonus, below average, not very good. Same with the needle ones. The needle ones have quite a good amount of damage, but again, it's single shot and there's no real upgrade path, so they're going to be right down to the below average. Going into just average, so for area weapons, the most average that you can get is the flamers, because the flamers you can't actually use in close combat, so you have to keep one cell away, so they're a bit awkward. There's some very good ones late game and mid game, and you get some good upgrades to do them for 1 AP on both their wide area and their close one, but their reload cost can be quite high outside of soldiers. So if melters are the bad one, then they're the one. Axes and swords, they're just bulk stand melee. Some of the effects vary. Primitive ones get quickly outclassed as soon as you get out of the prologue and into Act 1. So they're a good standard for this is what melee does. The auto guns, pretty good actually, especially in Act 1. They're very powerful because you can fully burst through like their entire clip, and they come with a very high rate of fire, 8. So useful, but then you don't really have upgrades and they drop off very quickly. The long lads actually has, you get a lot of them throughout your playthrough. I think I had 5 my last one, but there's no upgrades for them past Act 1, except for at Act 5 where you get the Exalted long lads, which is one of the strongest weapons in the game, but you get it with only the end boss to fight. So that's why it's going to be right down here in sort of average. Then you have the Jakari Splinter Rifles, which will include some of their carbine ones, which are burst fire only, their regular sort of Splinter Rifles, and then the Quick Shot and the Deadshot one. These get massively overhyped on Reddit, but yeah, when you build into it, because obviously you're going to need base skill, Lorzinos, you're going to need Jakari weapon efficiency, and then you're going to need to pick up probably Mantle of Agony. And then, sorry, Agonizing Pain, or no, Poetry of Pain. That's the new talent where you get 20% damage increase for each stop. That would be incredibly strong if you can make Soldier Executioner. It might even be the meta weapon of meta weapons if you can make Soldier Executioner, but you can only use it on operative. So one attack around, maybe if you use a Fortress World and you stack extra turns, you might get more, but not very good. You can use it with a soldier, but a soldier has better options. So it's good on a soldier, but a soldier would have better options. When we come on to the Rune Shuriken Cannon and the Splinter Cannons, these again get really overhyped, but they're not even as good as the Stubbers, in my opinion. Yes, there are points will be stronger, but the only time you get access to them is Act 3 and Act 4. And if you're waiting until Act 4 for your build to even become available to you, then the game's practically almost over. It's not a build at that point, it's a respec. So I rate them quite low, but they're not bad performers, and they're not going to make a bad build. Sniper rifles, they got critical damage buffs, and yeah, they're probably one of the best single shot type weapons in the game, really strong. But the problem with human sniper rifles is they don't have as good effect as the Aldari ones. Cruel Fate, which you get in the middle of Act 2 from DLC 2, probably the best sniper rifle in the game, but it just quickly drops off in damage for Act 3. But it's the only way to get attack economy increases. If it had an upgrade, snipers would probably be top tier, but because it doesn't, then they're a little bit lower. Plasma pistols with the buffs, yeah, you can make 2 single shots a turn. If you're using 2 of them with like pair holster, you can then do an overcharge shot or an area attack, and they're actually really good. I do really like them, but they're very middling. The burst and the foe hammer areas are clearly better because you're always having access to your burst and your area talents, whereas when you take the single shot talents, nothing is benefiting them. And if you're going on an operative, that's going to be a much weaker ranged build than being on a soldier. And I definitely noticed that even on a build that I specifically built for burst fire and plasma pistol, arc militant commissar, I still swapped it out for the Bone Shatter in Act 4 because it was just doing so much less than what that was going to offer me. Arc rifles currently bugged, so sometimes their attacks miss when they shouldn't. Even the attacks that can't miss sometimes miss with them. But once that's fixed, I've got a sneaky suspicion that this is going to be sort of the meta one to go, because obviously if you arc enough things, you get an additional attack, and they seem to do really high armor pen damage. And I think that there's a chance, because of the extra crit damage you get from in, that it might allow a operative grand strategist to be able to solo unfair, but I'll need to test that once some of the bugs are fixed. However, as it stands, plasma rifles are better because of their being able to reload a lot stronger. The only problem is there isn't a build that really benefits it outside of Pascal, because there's bugs at the moment where Pascal can shoot, reload, and he gets 2 boosts of overcharge protocols. If the player Rogue Trader had access to overcharge protocols, this would be the top pick single shot weapon, but they don't. And even on soldier, you'll only sometimes be able to do the overheat stuff, and obviously when you explode, you lose the stacks of overheat, so you lose the damage, so you can't even really abuse that very well. The best bet I found for that was actually taking safety training and running into groups of enemy and shooting enemies further off with overcharge shots to explode and sort of become a walking bomb. So yeah, the extra free stuff, if we're talking about Pascal specific, it would be a tier above, but for just in general, it's a tier below. The two-handed Drukhari weapons, really strong. If you're building into two-handed Drukhari weapons and you can take finesse, you stack agility, yeah, they're really powerful actually. They're probably a lot more useful than everything below them, which is why they're so far up, and they have some really good effects. Especially Mirazhai, whatever you like to call him, he can use it to stack over 15,000 armor and like 600 dodge at turn 1, so some of them have some really good effects. They do drop off towards endgame, and there is like the Carnivorous Blade, which can kill yourself whilst you're killing everything else, and there is some like endgame upgrades which can essentially allow you to one-shot anything, but it will probably self one-shot yourself. Chainswords, really good until the fact that there's no endgame options. They kind of just stop in Act 4 and they don't progress, so constantly good, but there's no outstanding effects. They're just strong damage that keeps being okay for the whole game, and then suddenly it doesn't have an endgame version, and there's no like standout effects on them. The Drukhari knives, if you're building a finesse build, yeah, really good. The reason they're at the bottom of average is because Blade Dancer can't use them. If Blade Dancer could, they'd be much higher, but for, say, a dual-wield slash-based agility assassin, you can stack finesse with these, with desolations, do really high agility damage, and they have really strong effects for assassin, and even late-game ones do direct damage, so they're always good, and with all the new drops, they are fantastic. And whilst you could make the argument they should be an average, I feel like I'd be cheating just how strong they are by moving them down, especially for warriors and any type of assassin. When it comes to snipers, the Aldari ones, obviously they got access to deadly accuracy, so they can add flat perception bonus to critical attacks. Not base, unfortunately. If it was base, they'd be much stronger. And if it was base, Shuriken Cannon would have to go up, but they can't. But they have really good effect. Like, obviously, Wanderer's Potent is one of the best weapons in Act 2. Eye of Hecticon is absolutely fantastic for Act 3. And in Act 4, you have stuff like Chorus of Battle, which can be really abused and do some really nice things. So it is a worthwhile to do. So it is probably the top of the snipers. They're just overall, unfortunately, snipers, the playstyle currently in the current form of where operative is, just isn't anything more than a support build. It's not a main damaged build, and long gone are the 1.0 days where you could do 20k shots to like the final boss, but we're past that. Heavy flamers, very weak. They're the weakest of the heavy weapons, but they're very good utility. So they can do 1 AP big areas to cover half the map, and you can use them with Devastating Attack to proc all of your Arc Militant abilities, or you can just use it with, say, just building up and hitting enough enemies with Master Tactician. So it's open to a lot of builds, and obviously you can still have access to Breaking Point and Overpower, which makes them a lot stronger than regular Flamers. And by the point that you have them, you'll probably be going into Power Armor, you'll have access to Kick, so you're not going to be worried about being stuck in combat. And there's also the Ruby Splash necklace that comes into it. There's only a couple of them. There's the regular heavy framer Udix, which is incredibly powerful, and the DLC 2 one, which creates burning effect on the ground. So there's no point where these are bad either. So yeah, bomb of above average is a pretty good place then. Power picks, surprisingly stronger than anyone gives them credit for, because no one thinks they're really that cool, but you get them in DLC 1 and they're really strong and they can carve up Aurora. Later on in DLC 1, you get straight upgrades. And again, they're really powerful, very high damage, very high armor pen. And at the end of Act 4, you also get incredibly high damage, high armor pen ones. They're actually way better than I ever gave them credit for. And it wasn't until we were actually looking at them, it was like, oh, just no one uses them, but they're actually really strong. Powered swords, obviously very powerful. They have some of the best effects on them. You've got stuff like being able to reset charge on kill. You've got stuff like the auto striking power sword. Some of the really good ones that I thought were power swords turned out to be primitive swords, which is like the noble sword and watchers from above. But there is a lot of other ones, like you have the ones that can ignore deflection, as well as having 60% armor pen. So there are some really powerful ones, but their effects don't keep going as far as, say, power axes, which is why they're going to be put slightly below there. But then we've got faux hammers. Faux hammers are fantastic from the second you pick one up all the way through to endgame. Yes, by Act 5, their damage drops off a bit, but they still one-shot and clear all trash mobs, and that's what you want them to do. For 1 AP, even in offhand, the fact that you can just wipe out everything that's in your way, yeah, it's great. It's good on just about any pistol gunsling build you can do. Next up, solid projectile pistols. Yeah, incredibly powerful with rate of fire gear. The bursts that you're going to do on them, incredibly powerful. The reason that these are actually below las pistols is because las pistols tend to stop at 4 rate of fire, and actually having a default 4 and under rate of fire is actually really beneficial to ranged weapons, because it opens access to Temperis Elite Carapace Backpack. From 4 and below, you can stack ballistic score to increase your rate of fire. From 5 and above, you can only get a +1 from the backpack, which is tactical backpack. Then with the gloves, you can use the gloves rapid desolation to get a +1, which isn't bad, especially if you've got a high rate of fire. Or you can use compensating gloves to turn ballistic skill to it. Whereas most solid weapons can't stack compensated gloves and elite backpack. Most las pistols can, which kind of balances them out. And las pistols obviously have 40% rate of fire access from Astra Militum Commander, so you'll find that las pistols will be better, and some of their effects are really good. Quick shot las pistol is incredibly powerful, hot shot las pistol is very powerful, and you also have stuff to like the soul power pistol, which again opens up builds to Navy officer, because it's burst only, offhand attacks will always burst. However, you still got the Daredevil pistol, which is the best one, and you've got constant solid projection projectile pistols from starting with the Ripper in Act 1 all the way up to Act 4, so that they're always constantly good. Same with las pistols. Now, I've got revolvers above them, and you might be thinking, well, why would revolvers be above them? And that's quite literally because of the anti-vehicle revolver. Like, it's just too strong. Yeah, you can't. It moves the entire tier of them up. Like revolvers, you'll have really high burst damage from Act 1, and you'll find a few upgrades going on, but then by the time you get to sort of Act 4 and you start getting to the anti-vehicle revolver, the damage is just insane. Like even on my officer build, I'm firing 6 shots with this, then reloading for 0 AP and then firing another 6 shots, and I was keeping up with damage of like soldier companions with just a pistol on an officer, and especially with access again to Commissar boosts all pistols, so it's really fantastic. And yeah, anti-vehicle revolver and like something like the Bone Shatterer, which is the faux hammer. Yeah, having those two, you're going to build versatility, and you don't even need to use rapid fire or concentrated fire to be getting the most out of your damage. And so yeah, they're just incredibly powerful. Moving on into some higher tier weapons. Now, the two-handed weapons, you could argue that you could move the power hammers and the power swords below these pistols, but the reason that, again, they keep up is very high damage variance that you'll see, very high armor pen, and then they've just got some really strong effects. Like the Restless Absolution can ignore deflection, it can ignore dodge, and it can ignore armor, and it's got very high base damage, and the area attacks you're going to be doing on that is also very far as well. The power hammers, again, they have insane effects throughout the whole game. So the two-handeds will also be able to stun. You'll be able to use stuff like melee weapon specialist to knock things back. You'll be able to do collision damage that way. You can do, some of them have area collision attacks, and they have a lot of good effects that you'll constantly see. And with stuff like Malpain Shroud, melee does often outscale range, because melee can actually directly benefits in direct damage from your buffs because of strength and obviously talents to put it into there. Going over into say Carnage here, which is going to be on your chain axes. Chain axes, again, is something that often get ignored outside of Carnage, but you get them from the start of Act 2 Footfall, and they never stop being good, and there's constantly lots of them. There's not that much variety to them, and there's not even that many effects to them, but they are constantly good damage increases that you keep getting along the way, and you have access to Carnage in Act 2, which is an Act 4, Act 5 viable weapon. So again, really powerful. And because single two-handed weapons, so dual weapons compared to two-handed weapons, have a lot more support, so just having two of them gives you access to dual weapon combat. You got melee weapon specialist and dual weapon specialist, so you can actually do a lot more damage with single-handed weapons than you can two-handed weapons, and the synergy between them can be very good, such as the strongest power axe in the game, and obviously say with this, which I'll cover when I get to that. Mauls, very, 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 very strong. Knockback, very, very strong. Effects, very, very strong. There's lots of them that have stun effects. There's lots of them that add injury effects. There's lots of them that can add offhand attacks and shield bashes. That just incredibly potent. You can even use this with fleet combat training and a foe hammer. So you could use the knockback of the power maul, and whilst they're flying through the air, your pistol will then fire at them as they go back, and it'll do a lot of stuff to that. One of the things that, so I'm recording this live at the moment, people have been mentioning about shields. Shields are technically armor. They're classified in armor, but they do work alongside with them. So the maul is a good place to talk about shields, because there are ways to do offhand hits, but the damage from shields actually come from your stats, which is strength and toughness. So yes, you can boost them up to be good, and there's a lot of good effects in them, but I still classify, as the game also classifies, shields as armor. But they also can be used with one-handed weapons, which makes one-handed weapons even more valuable. So again, that's one of the reasons why these boost ahead of these, is the fact that you can use them with shields. Next, shotguns. Shotguns never stop being good. Since the update, they are probably one of the best weapons in the game. They will drop off in damage late Act 4, sure, but they never drop off in usability. And especially if you have something like the gunnery shield and the double barrel shotgun, your damage is going to be insane anyway. Even before I had access to double barrel shotgun, I was able to solo one turn the 80% damage reduction encounter in DLC Act 2. No, sorry, Act 4 DLC 2. And yeah, just using shotguns, I was able to solo my way through it. So shotguns, yeah, they're always good. Like they don't have Reddit damage numbers for screenshots, but they clear every bit of content in the game. So yeah, it's just going to keep going. Then heavy stubbers. Now this one might be a surprise to a lot of people, having a heavy stubber here, but heavy stubbers are good because obviously you get breaking point and overpower. They do a lot of extra damage from ballistic skill, and they have very, very high rate of fire. They're just good. The only reason they're actually below in the tier list is obviously they don't have the armor pen of a heavy bolter, and some of the best one in the game is the one that increases its rate of fire every time you attack. You have to betray the arbitrators to get it, so that's never going to happen. But the regular heavy stubber going into the advanced heavy stubber in Act 4, and you do have some colony decisions that you can do with Solomon to get a medium upgrade for it as well. Yeah, it's just very, very useful. So I really enjoy them. The only reason that they're below the next two is because eventually you can do a lot more of them. But yes, heavy stubbers, I put them above shuriken cannons, even though they're technically weaker than the rune shuriken cannon. I just feel like it's a lot easier because it's got 2 less talent tax. Well, technically 3 less talent tax, because you need base weapon skill, Lord Xenos in there. You need, obviously, then you need to get the Aldari one. They need deadly accuracy. So for 3 less talents, you can do just as much. And especially Astra Militarum Commander with Field of Fire, fantastic rate of fire that you'll see coming there. Bolt rifles, yep, one of my favorite weapons in the game. The only problem bolt rifles have is they're few and far between. There is constant upgrades, but you can only ever equip one person using bolt rifles, and it's a little slow to get to. Though you can do a Rogue Trader bolt priest alongside Argenta, and you can stack them both up, and they're insane. That's what my next live stream run will be after I finish Commissar. But yeah, they're very strong. And this will shock people. So we've been building to this, and we've discussed this heavily on stream. Las rifles are good, and I don't know why people didn't think they were good. Las rifles, good rate of fire. Some of them go up to 3 or 4, but because they're at that 4, which is the sweet spot, like I said earlier with the pistols, they can benefit from the Temperis Carapace Elite Backpack, as well as the compensator gloves. Being able to get both of them, you can easily get up to a base 9 rate of fire, sometimes even 10 rate of fire, without Astra Militarum Commander. Astra Militarum Commander can then put another 40% on that. So if you're already at 10, that means your base rate of fire is now going to be 14. And when you've got 60% armor pen on a 14-shot rifle doing 11 damage, that's actually really high. Then obviously you can build that up with rapid fire. You can build that up with Astra Militarum's commander's ability. So every time it shoots, it will do more. And as you use an Arc Militant, because you're constantly increasing ballistic skill, you're constantly going to increase your rate of fire. By Act 5 of the Necron Tech Lasgun, even without rapid fire, I was doing 30 shot round bursts and just obliterating everything. And like I said, it's constant upgrades. If you start off as a soldier, you have the las rifle in the prologue, then the well-maintained las rifle in the prologue. Then you get in Act 1 the modified las rifle. As soon as you get to Footfall, you get the precise las rifle. As soon as you get to Janus, you get the hotshot las rifle. As you start exploring Act 2, you then get access to the Iconoclast las rifle, which again, really, really good. And then you'll probably be sticking that out until you get to some of the Aerotech las rifles, or even the Tempest las rifle in Act 4. And even in Act 3, you'll still have access to the Trophy las rifle, which is incredibly high damage. So there's never a point it's not good. And then Act 4, you get the Necrontech las rifle. So it's always good. Sometimes you could say, well, I don't want to compete gear with Argenta, which is true, but you can still use the Gloves of Rapid Desolation for +1 rate of fire with the Temperis Carapace Elite's backpack, because Argenta doesn't use that backpack because she used the tactical backpack. So she can have the gloves for the higher rate of fire, and you can have the backpack for the higher rate of fire, and then you both take just +1 on either of them. So you slightly lower the potential of both, but both of you are killing everything anyway. When I fire 30 round burst, 2 shots hit and 28 miss because everything's dead. It's the same with the improved heavy bolter. You'll normally, if you fire a 30 round burst, like only the first 3 or 4 shots are in, because then everything's dead. So yeah, that's very much above average. If there was a heavy version, the heavy version would probably be up here. Like they go so good. Now, power axes. The reason this, and we're going to go on to strongest weapons, the reason they're up here is Sanguine Thirst, which is Act 5, and in Act 4 you have the Terran Vengeance. Had to do a little drum there to be able to remember that. But yeah, strongest weapons of the game. They hit harder than any two-handed melee weapon in the game, besides the rock swords. And because you can stack extra strength and toughness to your damage, they're just really strong. And obviously Sanguine Thirst is 3 times strength damage extra. And all power axes that you have throughout the game, they normally have just really good stats and really good effects. So they're never not bad. And the good thing about power weapons, you don't need specialize. You get power weapon specialist. That applies to power axes, power mauls, and power swords. And you can freely mix and match them to make your loadout. And because you can have 2, and especially with melee weapon specialist and obviously dual weapon specialist, you'll want it. Like, say I was using Carnage in my main hand. I've got melee weapon specialist, I've got dual weapon specialist. I do the bleed attack. I will then get the offhand attack with fleet combat training on Navy officer. And for 1 AP, I hit twice and then I refund 1 AP. So for 0 AP, I just get 2 free attacks. So it's really good. It's really strong. If you see any dual wielding Abelard build, he'll always use Terran Vengeance. Maybe use Carnage or one of the power mauls, but yeah, you're always going to see that. I struggle to see an argument how someone could say it's not one of the strongest weapon classes, other than potentially, well, maybe beforehand the axe isn't the best, but you're going to get there, and you don't need to take any talents that you're not going to use on the way there. So they're always going to be good. 4 swords, yep, absolutely fantastic. For any melee psycho build, Biz, like, really, really strong. The only reason Drukhari swords now slightly edge them out is because both of them are at their strongest on Executioner, But an Executioner with Finesse is going to be stronger all the way through Act 2 and Act 3 than the Four Sword user. And the Four Sword user, the only reason they get stronger is actually because of access to Psyker gear, which they could use with the Drukhari weapons anyway, which is going to be your Warp Surge Brooch and your Hand of Offense. These are not specific to Four Swords, so you can actually double stack those stats onto Drukhari weapons, and Drukhari weapons have amazing effects, and because a ton of new ones got added in 1.5, they're just really strong. Especially the endgame version where you can turn weapon skill to give them 100% armor pen. Crazy good. You could argue that these could be switched around, but I'd say, especially if we look at the strongest build in the game, the Death World Blade Dance build is actually going to get more out of this because you have no strength, and you don't have strength until peak combat training at the end game. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with this way around, but I understand arguments people could make about switching them. Psych Staffs. Psychs are the strongest thing in the game. Psych Staffs are all good. Biomancy Staff can revive the dead as well as give you health. Really strong. Santic Staff is the strongest staff in the game for massive AoE nukes that can do 100k in a single hit, and if you use Confident Approach, you can guarantee you're on the higher end of that. Pyromancy Staffs are currently bugged, but they are a strike weapon that can shoot multiple hits that used to be able to crash the game. They could get the number of shots up so high, and they are incredibly powerful. Once they do fix that bug, they'll be better. I'm not a big fan of Telepath and Divination Staffs, but Telepath Staffs used to be able to almost one-shot Aurora, so they took it out of Act 1 for that reason, so you can't say they're not strong. They have some really good passive effects. Heavy Bolters, yeah, strongest ranged weapon in the game. Argenta in Act 3 was doing 30k bursts for me, so it's both single target and area. Yeah, I don't see how there's an argument made these aren't the best. And with the Artificer power armor, you can do 1 AP burst. So you can do a 1 AP burst, improved heavy bolter burst, and then a 1 AP Judex map clear. So yeah, it's strong. You can one-shot the final boss. It's great. It's great. It's definitely the strongest range up in the game. The only reason that Roxor is above it is Roxor does the exact same thing, but it's melee. So you can directly benefit more stats into it, and it can use Executioner harder. You could argue the other way, but the numbers aren't going to be as high. Like, I hit over 2.1 million damage with a Roxor. I have not done that with a Heavy Bolter. And yeah, there's a lot more gear for melee to support it. So you can have 3 Roxor users in your party, and there's enough gear that they all do insane damage. Whereas you could only have 1 person using a Heavy Bolter because there's only 1 in the game, and they all compete for the same gear. So yeah, no, the damage is insane, especially with stuff like Invigorating Resolve and Malpain Shroud. The damage you can do is going to vastly out damage it, and then you get stuff like Void Veteran Boots that every time you get a kill, you get a free 0 AP charge, so just 1 kill will allow you to map clear. So it becomes easier to map clear. Now, that's just for the weapons, and yes, it doesn't cover every build. Like stuff like Death Assassin or Aura Farming build uses basic dagger, and that will map clear pretty damn easy, but it's again, Blade Dance Executioner can use Rock Swords and Drukhari weapons, so that's very good. The Psych version can use 4 swords, so that's very good. Any Malpain Shroud Invigorating Resolve build will actually benefit mostly from either Rock Sword or the Power Axes, so they're all insanely powerful. But I think that's going to cover where all my thoughts are on it. I say I welcome debate below. If you don't agree with them, just say why you don't agree with it and then make your case why you do agree with it. Chances are I'll probably agree with you, and if I have anything that I would want for a counterpoint, I'll throw that in there, and I'm sure other people will debate that as well and would be happy to debate that on the Discord, both on Owlcat and my own personal one. And by my own personal one, I mean my friend Stinky Skills one, because I live in the UK, so I'm never going to own a Discord in this country as long as I am legally accountable for everything other people post. But yeah, that's all for the tier maker. I want to thank everyone that was in stream chat that was chatting away as we did it. The stream that will still be up so people can go through, and the only reason I'm not going to scroll through and name everyone is I'm going to have to alt tab several times to get back to the chat and start scrolling through for the last hour plus that we've been discussing this. But no, yeah, thank you to everyone that was in the live chat doing that. But yeah, that's going to be that for that, and I'm going to kite off here for the stream. So we got through it. We made it. We did it. I can download that and clip it later. But yeah, thanks again through. But oh my god, stream time has gone up to 4 hours as we go through that. So I think we'll probably have to stop there because obviously my daughters were sneaking in to play earlier. So it's not fair that I don't go give them some attention after spending 4 hours on this. And I probably need to either engage in dinner with them or make dinner. And apologize to my partner who twice snuck me tea during all of that. So she is a wonderful woman. But do we have any questions from stream before we end there? Woo! Yeah, we made it. And yes, biomancy is a necromancy staff. If you have a dead ally and you use the biomancy staff, it will revive whoever's dead. So that's one way that you can keep Ida alive. Is after she explodes and summons a demon, you have Heinrichs revive her. You can't target her, but if she's dead, she'll have the lowest HP, so the HP will go to her and it will revive her. All right, well, thank you everyone for stopping by. I'll aim to actually next stream to be more stream based, but yeah, we got sidetracked talking about obviously the Kickstarter from Comma. Obviously really good. Next stream possibly tomorrow because Wednesday and Thursday are normally my best days for it. I don't know about Friday. I'm interviewing with a new corporation Friday, so I might busy Friday. But everyone who stopped by, no, again, as always, thank you for all your likes on the videos and the streams and sharing stuff, and everyone that's joining memberships. Yeah, no, you guys obviously you'll make it worthwhile because at the end of the day, I make content so I can get other people into the game because the more people play the game, the more that the game that I like to play gets improved by the developers, and yeah. The more that I remove barriers to entry for people to get into it, and the more that I can like debate and discuss people to improve their enjoyment, the more people are going to buy Dark Heresy early, the better that game's going to be. So yeah, as long as everyone's doing their part, I think we can all have mutually beneficial relationships with each other. But see you all tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by. Feel free to join Discord if you have any questions or want to discuss anything. I usually try to get back all the time very quickly. But no, thanks as always. Bye bye.